Time. Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young man, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how'd you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
Why, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh, busy. They have something to do with their time. Let's see. Last I saw of Dave, he was headed that...
Hello. Sorry, I had to set some things up. Let's go to a birthday party with partner this afternoon. I thought it was an evening event 3 hours ago. Well, get your ass moving then. It's like the afternoon already, isn't it? Hi, why are you playing such a cool sounding name? I think the name's whatever. I don't think it's the best part about the game. Ready? Okay, good. Unless you plan to arrive fashionably late, which you might. I don't know. I'd never want to be the first person at like an event. I don't want to do that ever. But that's just me. Like, I don't want to be in an event in general. But if I had to be, then I would like... What would I do? I would find any excuse to like show up and like, hey, all right, I'm here, and then I'll fuck off for like 30 minutes. I don't know. I usually just show up like fashionably late. The way I do it, like it's like event starts at a time, show up like 20 minutes later, 30 minutes later. Then we can show up whenever, when she took to me in the evening until her friend was also going and said they were leaving for the party right now. I mean, well, you don't have to go right now, but I guess that's like, oh, that was like 3 hours ago. Well, I mean, maybe they've got like a thing going where it's like they're closer. You know, it also depends on how close you are to like the event host organizer. Maybe they have like an inner circle gathering first, and then the broader circle of people come in the evening. I don't know. Alright, that's my chair. I had to reach around to grab water. Needs a 5 set to show up before then. We don't know the host is one of our friends. Ah. Then like, have fun with that, I guess. If it's like a friend's friend, I'm immediately not bothering, okay? Fuck that. Fuck that, man. I'm gonna like... I would not go to a friend's friend thing. I don't even want to go to like... Because it depends on how people classify friends. I wouldn't go to someone who's like not twice, like just... It's like immediate contact, immediate connection. So it's not like, you know, removed. It's not like once removed. But like I wouldn't go if that connection wasn't even that close. Like if we have talked cumulatively for less than like 2 hours, I would not. I don't know, man. Even though most songs I've just never met them. I mean, like, have fun, but like, can't be me, can't relate. Maybe I just don't give a fuck at all about anyone who's not like my immediate surrounding, like, I guess people. I don't know. Being supportive? Like, what do you mean? Like, do they need it? Do they need the support? Now, I'm not saying I need the support either. I'm not saying like don't go to like the fucking party. You can watch like a VTuber stream. I'm just saying like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. All I'm saying is maybe, I don't know, volunteer. Like, the only way I can worm my way out of this conversation now is to end it with like, I don't know, maybe go to volunteer at like a soup kitchen or like a shelter instead. But like, that's me reverting back to my shaking fisted clouds. I should do that like in the game so there's like a nicer scenery to look at. It's not like the scenery isn't nice. It's just like, I don't know, Terra Nil's like, it's a beautiful game. I think it's really nice. Let me get it up. Where is it? Terra Nil. Let's open it up now. Might as well. I think we've waited a bit for people to show up already. Can't all win the I don't give a fuck war. Yeah, but like, that's not true. You can't. You can just not care. Uh-oh. Ow. Games with Terra and Terra are good. You're just like waiting for someone to say like a bad title. Like a bad game that has the word Terra in the title. Okay, not every person called Charis is like a great fucking... What the hell? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up. Where's the fucking options? Where's the fucking options, man? Okay. It's still quite loud. Let me just... Actually, is it loud? Tell me if it's loud. Actually, don't think it's loud anymore. Yeah, it's not loud anymore. Never mind. How loud is my Thought you were playing Volcano Princess today. I could have. I asked. I went on Discord and I asked, what the hell should I play? And then you said Volcano Princess. And then, you know how like you just need to ask someone else for their opinion before you solidify your opinion, just to make sure it doesn't actually matter what they say. That's just me. No. I did think, and like because when I was thinking, I was like,
he would
I could
play something just because Chad told him. How naive.
Exactly. Thank you. There you go, parent. Thank you. I wanted to know what people wanted me to play, and then I was like, okay, but do I want to play it now? It's not like I don't want to play it. It's just, do I want to play it now? I thought, never mind. No, I don't. Maybe like later. I don't know. By the way, you missed out on community hangout in the Discord. You should join next time. What the fuck did you guys do while I was gone? Hold on, you can fill me in a bit. Let me just get into the game. Where is it? There it is. Okay, it's a bit... Okay, now it's a bit... Okay, there we go, it's just right. Ah! Good chair, man. What's the point of asking us then? Broken ass system. Wouldn't you be familiar with Broken Systems American? Sorry. Sorry, all like 40% of my viewership's American. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The world pains with you too, but in fairness, you kind of fucked us with that, okay? You did. It was your fault. It really was. Sorry. Oh. Think I wanted this? No, I just think like if we had to blame anyone in the live stream chat with very few people right now.
I can relate to that feeling. Being indecisive, then just as someone gives you some advice, something pops into your head.
Yes, you're right. That's exactly what I was thinking, wondering. That was literally just like I wasn't sure. I was a little indecisive. Someone gave me some feedback, and then that allowed me to think that idea in my head, and then go, actually, maybe I could do this. I could do this other thing instead. But then if I didn't have that ping on like my head, it would I was just stuck in that nebula. And that doesn't feel good. Not at all. Okay, we can like adjust them to be a little louder. Like 40. We're doing a new restoration. I think I've played a bit, maybe like 2 hours of Terra Nil before. So it's gonna come back to me, but I last played it in 2022, I think, which was 3 years ago. 2022 was 3 years ago. 2020 was half a decade. COVID was half a decade ago. And the turn of the century was a quarter of a century ago. We're a quarter of the way through the turn of the century. I just wanted everyone to know that. Or like you all knew that, but I don't generally tell people things they don't know. I just remind them of things they already do. Hold on, I'm trying to pull chat up in a different window so I can actually see it. I don't have give me a second. We tried to do Jackbox, but didn't realize the host had to stream their game through Discord for it to actually be fun for the other players, and then I couldn't stream because okay, but you play Gartic Phone. Don't be jealous. We were having a really good time and made like 90% of the Gartic Phone prompts about you. I don't know if I want to know. I don't want to know. I think. Do I want to know? I think there's a part of me that's curious, but I don't know if I would.
Hello _ chair heart _ chair heart.
Hi Victor, hello. Welcome. I'm back for a week of silence, as usual. Not as usual, actually. I don't think you'll ever get a silence from me for this long. Foreseeable future. At least not at the moment. I can't think of any reason why you would not hear from me that prolonged period of time. So I was wrong. 90% of the prompts were about Parrot. Channel was coincidentally in there. I don't know if I want to know what the hell you guys were up to, but like if you guys were up to things, I guess that's cool. I think I don't know. Okay, hold on. Let's read this. River Valley. Reclaiming this landscape will involve wind turbines for power, toxin scrubbers to clean soil.
Join us next time. I'm so good
Stop
at bullying
interrupting
you
me
in
when I'm
screen
reading
chat,
Parrots.
but if you
I'm
were
getting
in
annoyed.
a call, I would be nice to you, I think.
You probably would, because I think everyone will. I think like it's a lot easier to be mean to me when I'm not there. But like the moment there is I have some sort of presence, I think I have an aura where people just don't want to be mean anymore. I make it very unfun to be mean. And then I start flinging shit, and then that's usually. Anyways, okay. Toxin scrubbers to clean soil and water pumps to restore the rivers. Steps to creating a temperate forest are not always straightforward, and you may need to use controlled fires for the. I remember that. First step is to restore water and plant life. Increase the greenery with irrigators, pumps, and toxin scrubbers. What the fuck? Hold on, wait. There are a variety of approaches. Wait, I don't remember this. The wasteland reclamation. What's yours? These settings can be changed between levels. Oh, okay. Monk. I want to meditate on the idyllic natural world. Removes resource requirements. Gardener. I want to create beautiful, vibrant landscapes. Recommended for players seeking more relaxing. Ecologist. I want to restore biodiversity and balance the environment. Recommended with players with strategy game experience. Ah. Environmental engineer. I want to rebuild the ecosystem with sophisticated machines. Not recommended. I think I picked this one. I picked ecologist the first time around, and I kept kept getting game overs because I wouldn't want to read everything. I would read like half the things. That'll be a gardener. I think that's the vibe of today's
He
stream.
will not choose environmental engineer because it sounds like a real job and that's scary.
Shut up. I didn't ask you, goddammit. Fuck. I do not miss Pat being back. He needs to like, I need to lower his odds. What's going on? Wait. Why is he reading so much? Whatever. Whatever, man. Whatever. Fire resources, 1,500. Oh, okay. So this is like the easy one. This is like medium. This is hard. And then this is like extremely difficult. Right? Is that right? I would pick monk, but like, I just don't. I think that'd be the. I don't know. Because you just don't have anything to worry about with monk. With gardener, you've got some things. And with ecologist, you've got less things. And with engineer, you've got barely anything. You want to promise them to be slightly less annoying? I don't know if I want to do that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think you guys deserve that yet. I was to try to filter myself and monopolize less of the conversation. It's a skill. It's a skill. Let's do gardener. Begin with some basics. Pan the camera, moving your mouse cursor to the edge of the screen. Okay. You can press and hold the middle mouse button. Try it now. You can. You can also pan with arrow keys or WASD. Okay. And you zoom in and out with mouse wheel. Everything starts with the turbine. Select one and place it now. Where do I place it? Not much choice. Now that you have electricity, you can clean the soil. Try to fit 4 toxin scrubbers as far from the turbine as possible. These are as far as possible. Tap, 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 tap. Ah. Some buildings can be rotated with R or the mouse wheel. Select the irrigator and try it now. Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Do that. Clean soil provides the perfect place to grow greenery. Sorry, I haven't streamed in a week. Clean soil provides the perfect place to grow greenery. Fuck. One more time. One more time. Okay, you've got to go to the event now. All right. Good luck. Have fun with the event. Have fun. Have fun. Clean soil provides the perfect place to grow greenery. There we go. We got it. We got it the third time. Greenery provides resources which are used to create buildings. Construct 3 irrigators in the clean soil. In the clean soil. That would be this. Okay. 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 I'm gonna just do the corners. I think that's the strategy, isn't it? It has to be, is it not? No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not the strategy. That would be a terrible mistake, I think. I thought that were the strategy. It's not actually the strategy. Yeah, I think I fucked it up already. If you're ever lost, you can look in the handbook for hints. Increasing the greenery is your primary goal, but remember to keep an eye on your available resources. To begin with, get the greenery target to 30%. Okay. Is there more world, or is this it? Okay. Shouldn't do that yet. I should do this. I fucked it. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. Oh my god, it's terrible. Can I undo? Oh, wait, that's not good at all. Oh, wait. Alright, whatever. And then you do this step? Oh, shit. I do this. And there's another one I should do, like, here? No, that's terrible now. That's fucked. I ruined it. I ruined it now. I ruined it. God, this sucks. No, it's fine. Okay. Let's do a straight line.
does not have a green thumb.
Let's just... Yeah, okay. 141. Do we want that? Or do we want it to, like, cover a hole? I think we want this. Dude, it's fucking... Whatever. Sorry. I forgot how to stream. It's been a week. I forgot how to stream. What the hell was I doing? What were you guys doing? What was the last thing I did? What was Okay, we put the no, we put the thing here. Then I do this. It doesn't reach. That's so annoying. Son of a bitch. It does not go there. I need to do this. I need to clean up all the land, or all the dirt, don't I? Do I? Must I? And there's just like this little patch here that is fucked. Okay, yeah. What's the green? Okay, that's the... Sorry, the moment I figure this out, I can start talking. I just need to, like, focus so I can figure out what the hell this is. 110, 5, nice. This is what we're doing. Oh, there's more. Yeah, that makes sense. What was that? We claim 88 more greenery tiles to unlock. And then I have to get more buildings. I remember. I just remember you had to, like, pretty much rejuvenate a whole area. And then you had to clean up by removing and packing up all the shit after you've rejuvenated. Pretty cool. What do they call it? A reverse city builder? I think that's what they call it. Okay, this is beginning to make sense to me now. Okay. So, I was thinking, so, yeah. I went on Discord the other day, right? As some of you may have seen. And then I asked people what they wanted to see me stream, because I was like, I have no clue what to stream. And then you gave me, and somebody gave me, I think it was maybe, yeah, gave me the suggestion to play Volcano Princess, which is a game I've been streaming and should continue streaming. And in my head, I was like, yeah, I think I could stream Volcano Princess. I could totally do that. And then as I thought that, I was like, wait a minute. Is that what I want to play right now, though, as I come back? Like, what does the world need? Not that the world needs a VTuber stream at all. I'm under no illusions about that. I know that, like, it doesn't matter what the fuck I do. I guess is the way I put it. I know that shit doesn't matter, but it did make me think. Like, what would the... Hold on, I want to, like... What I... Huh? Wait a minute. Okay. I wanted to ask myself, okay, what do I think the world wants or needs right now? Not because I can provide it, but just like in general, like what's the vibe? What's the vibe right now? I looked around and bore witness to a lot of, I don't want to say suffering, but like no one's having a good time right now. No one is happy. And it does often feel like it's Jover. Like everything is going to shit. And I don't want this to just be, you know, reinforcing the speculation that my algorithm is filled with, you know, doomer posts and that reflects me as a person. Maybe it is the case, but I don't want to water pump. Ooh. Look at that. I don't want to be a doomer anymore, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to. I look forward to life. I want to look forward to hearing about things on the news again. You know what I mean? I don't want to fucking dread opening up the news app and going like, all right, what the fuck is going on this time? What do we have to, like, you know, what is it? What the hell is it this time that we have to fucking worry about? I want to just like be happy, you know? I want to like not just me happy though, because that shit is very different. I want like the world to generally be at a calmer state than it is right now. I'm not saying, you know, world peace is, you know, world peace is the goal. I'm not that delusional yet. But, you know, when I asked myself, I guess, the question of like, what needs to happen in the world right now? Thought in my head, I thought, well, I think the world needs to, I think that's what we need. I think that's what's nice. I think that's what we need to have going. Like, it's just like healing. I think people need relief for the soul. I know the daughter raising game doesn't sound like it would have been gloom and doom. No, that's not what it would have been. It's just it would have failed to capture truly, because again, I'm not just playing a video game for like your enjoyment, because I don't really care about you. I'm thinking about myself. Raising a daughter isn't healing enough? I don't think so, because I think there's an element of the raising the daughter that's like you're raising her against this cruel world. And you kind of have to prepare her for the cruelty of the world, and like, you know, you want to make sure she doesn't get taken advantage of, etc., etc. It can be really stressful to raise a child. And like, I don't know about you, but if I could choose between raising a daughter and raising a son, I'm 1000% raising a son. Like, raising a daughter sounds like way too much, like, it sounds like like I gotta do a lot more work than if I just raised a son. You know what I mean? Like, if I raised a son, I can just do... I can, like... Like, I kind of get it on, like, a personal level. So I can kind of tell him, okay, yeah, it's normal. Kids are going to call you gay if you're a dude as, like, an insult. I don't know if they'll do that in, like, 2050 or something. But, you know, you got to kind of shrug it off. And sometimes people are going to be abrasive. That's fine. You insult them back. And that's just kind of the masculine culture of our time. You don't have to like abide. You don't have to abide and conform to it, but it's nice for. It would be nice for you to like figure, like, at least be aware of that, of what's going on. That. Anyway, but if you raise a daughter, you have to, or very early on, like obviously when you raise a son, you also have to be like, okay, now there are some really fucked up people in the world that are gonna try to take advantage of you. Don't let that shit happen. And at the first sign of danger, yell as loudly as you can. Like, obviously, you have to tell your son that too. But I feel like it's less imperative to tell my son, to inform my son of the potentials of stranger danger, and a lot more serious when I have to, like, fucking tell my daughter that shit, you know? And I just like, I feel like that was also a bit stressful. That would also have been like, even if your daughter is fine, it turns out fine, or your kid turns out fine, you still like, you're always constantly worried about what the fuck is gonna happen to them if you're like a parent, because you know that what the hell, if you're assuming you're like not a terrible parent. What is that? Calcifier crystallizes nearby greenery, creating rock. But what do I want? Why would I want that? Because I can make more windmills. Ah, I see. Okay. Requires water, though. Okay. But it makes rock. Do I need that? Not here. Make it out of the water pump. Yeah, I could do that. I'll do that here or here? I'll do that here. So then I thought, I was like, no, I think ultimately what I want, or what people want maybe not people, but like what needs to happen in the world is like the world needs to heal. That's what I was thinking. Actually, like genuinely, I thought the phrase or the term or the words, the world needs healing, like popped up in my head. And I went, oh, okay. I guess it does. And it's not like I thought, okay, now I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna heal the world with my fucking live stream. No, that's not what I thought. But I did think like, okay, I think I want that to be the theme of the stream, so I can sort of express my thoughts about it, or just my feelings about it in general. Because the thing with that is like, I can rant about negative things happening all the time. I can, what is the word that the kids use? Like, I can, like, crash out about fucking ChatGPT's newest update. Like, I could do that. But I don't think I want to do that. I think that's tiring. I think that's a little tiring. Don't you think so? Don't you think it's a little tiring to just be angry about stuff all the time? Like, granted.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Amari. Hi, Amari. Granted, not everyone has the choice to not be angry at things, but given that I'm, you know, spending my free time doing this, I thought, yeah, I can, like, I've got some agency in how I feel and think and do. So maybe I should use my agency in my life and stop hating for a moment, I guess. Stop being mad about stuff in the world, stop being worried, stop being anxious, and just like, but not to turn away from it and ignore it, not to like pretend like the world doesn't exist anymore and just turn away and turn to my escapisms, or maybe to other video games that make me forget about the fucking state of the world. But to try to put myself in the mindset of doing something about the misery rather than just, or doing more than just complaining about the misery. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to people? I don't know if it makes sense to people. I don't think it does. But hey, I'm okay with not making sense. That's something I've made peace with as well. The hater era is over. I mean, like, I'm still gonna hate. I'm still gonna, you know, go like, fuck this shit, what the hell? And then, you know, but it's tiring, doesn't it? Isn't it tiring? Don't you find it tiring as well? Like, I want to not, and I don't want to, my thing is I don't want to turn away from it. I don't want to turn away from it. I don't want to pretend like the terrible shit is not happening and it's all just, we're all Gucci gang or whatever the kids say, right? I don't want to do that. But like, there needs to be more hope. That, I guess that's the concluding statement, I guess, of my presentation. Thank you for listening to our presentation. The concluding statement is like, I think there needs to be in the world, and it's on me not to provide hope for you, bear in mind. Fuck that. No, that's not my fucking job. But it's on me to give myself a sense of hope. Maybe that's one way to put it.
Hello chat.
Hi Azure, welcome. Because I have influence over how I think. I have influence over how I feel about things. I don't have control. I don't think I have control. I don't think anyone has control over how they feel. I don't think that's ever, you can try to attain that. Maybe there's a spiritual sort of awakening in you that allows you to do that. Good for you, right? But most people are not able to do that, at least not for very long. You're always gonna get mad about stuff. You're always gonna get frustrated with things. You're always gonna get worried. You're always gonna have anxiety about it. But rather than just put all your energy into like saying it sucks, because we know it sucks. We do know. Everyone knows that the world is shit right now. There's no debate. There is no debate. We all know this. Maybe not everyone. You know, some people who are very comfortable with the status quo of things is very much like, you know, what's wrong? Nothing's wrong. And they're gonna control the media to try to make you think so. But like, you know, but such shit is going down. Shit's going down. It's not great for people. A new animal species has appeared. Where is it? There it is. It's a deer, I think. It is Cherry. That's its name. All right, what's the other one's name? Oh, they're all Cherry. Are they all named Cherry? No, they're cherry deers, right? Is that right? No, they're not. Atlas. Oh, they're the Atlas deers. Oh, wow, okay. Crying in America? Don't worry, the rest of the world's crying too. Because it's not like, you know, whatever happens in America has no bearing on everyone else around the world. I wish it were the case. But, oh, that's nice. But the world needs to heal. It does. We're missing a healing. What is that? Excavator. Creates a new riverbed but poisons the land around it. Can be rotated. Ooh. But it poisons the land around it. Okay. That's the drawback. Where do we need that? Where do we need that shit? I don't know where we need that shit yet. Hold on. Sorry. Go to here. Do that. Yep. Oh, that feels really good. Hold on. What if we did that? What if we did that? What if we did this? What if we did that? What if we went over here? Okay. Once the backbone of the ecosystem is thriving, your next step is to increase the diversity of growing plants, introduce finbows, wetlands, and forests. You also need to begin to pay attention to the local. Okay. Introduce finbows, wetlands, and forests. Okay. I don't know what those are. I did philosophy in university. Did you know I'm a philosophy major, guys? I'm sure you don't, right? I'm sure no one here knows that. Did you know I don't know anything else because I have just invested so much of my like so much of my like head into this shit that doesn't matter. Anyways. No, I don't get this. Hold on, I gotta read this. Hydroponium creates wetland, must be built on an irrigator near water and on low ground. Built on an irrigator. That's this. Oh. Oh. Can you rotate it? I don't think you can. 56, 55, 73, 74, 74. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Beehives. Swarming bees pollinate nearby greeneries, creating fynbos flowers. Where do you put them? On a tree, of course you do. Oh, wow. Solar amplifier. Focus the sunlight, allowing for the starting of a controlled burn. Oh, why would you want to burn down the forest, though? Wait, why would you want that? Hold on. I'm not sure I'm following everything in that. Thought you were doing library studies? I mean, I'd be less desperately unemployed if that were the case, honestly. They're dying, they're going away, the animals are leaving. The aliens aren't gonna visit us, the animals are leaving. What do they need? They need space? What the fuck does that mean? What? Do they need water? Is that what they want? You can have some, that's fine. Here you go. Okay, don't leave. Okay, they're not leaving anymore. Okay. Bury me. Sorry. Where was I? Hopefully these virtual bees don't terrorize you. Yeah, they don't, because I'm like a god. I'm not like a puny mortal human. I'm a god. I don't have to worry about them being right next to me specifically. And I get they're nice for the environment. I just can't. I just can't. Yeah, we gotta fucking patch this up. I don't know how to do that. Like, I know they showed me how to do it, so it's just a matter of like figuring it out, I guess. Let's do this. And then put this over here. We can't reach that corner, can we? Being so hard for a bee or frog to manifest in your... Fuck you! Don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Don't do that. Saw a video about a deer that researchers saw had antlers but didn't exhibit any very territorial usual behaviors of a buck. Turned out to be a doe with antlers. Oh! Interesting. Very interesting. Too close to another straight line. Damn. How do I clear this shit? It's not enough. It's not enough. What if I just drilled? What if I just slammed into... What if I just did that? What if I just fucking shot a river through this? Will it poison the land nearby that I just cleansed? Wouldn't that be bad? That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? But like, I don't know what else to do. I gotta be very careful with this, right? Like, I'm fucking killing all the deer here if I do that. I shouldn't do that. Okay, I think maybe that makes sense. No, but I'm killing all the deer here too. All right, let's just do it. Oh shit! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We fucked up. We fucked that up. Oh shit. Oh, they don't like that. I don't think they like that. Right. How do I... What the fuck do I do now? Shit. I need stone nearby. There's no stone. How do I make stone? I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. That fucked it up for me. Eat ashy nutrients? Shit. What does that mean?
The moment he heals the world, he starts fracking.
That's not what I was doing. I wasn't fracking for the sake of that. I was... Okay, let's start a fire. My game's lagging. Where's the graphics? Where's the graphic settings? I can't see that. There's no graphic settings. All right, whatever. I think I just destroyed my world.
Stop terrorizing the local wildlife.
I think I
loudly
just
crying
destroyed. I think I just destroyed my world. I killed all the bees. I killed all the deer there. I don't know why the game told me to. I didn't do that. The game told me to do that. The game told me to do this. Anyways, I was talking about how like the world needed healing and how. What the fuck am I doing? What is that? Ah, arboretum? Arboretum. Uses nutritious ash to create forests. Can only be built on a burnt building. Ah. I don't know how we did that, but we did. We unfucked the part of the map now. Good job, everyone. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. That's nice. That's nice. Man, that's pretty cool, actually. Didn't Smokey the Bear teach you anything? No, but I am aware of that bear, and I've seen... Doesn't it fall into the category of, like, animal mascots that people treat like the fucking Tony the Tiger? Isn't this supposed to be the opposite of gloom and doom? Well, okay, you gotta take the whole picture into account. Anyways, I'm not saying we should burn the world over and burn the world and then start all over. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, what am I saying? What the fuck am I saying? Minus 20. Minus 11. Why is it minus? It doesn't help? Is that why? Okay, I see. Okay, it doesn't... Okay. Alright, okay. I understand. Yep, okay. Yep, that makes sense to me. What is this again? Hydroponium, yep. Must be built on an irrigator near water and on low ground. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I think. I don't want to eat my comment of how controlled fire is a genuine good method to raise soil quality since ancient times. I didn't know that. I think I learned that playing this game, which is pretty cool. Anyways, I think we need to... I think one of the bigger things people need to do is be in the mindset where... Son of a bitch. Sorry. Be in more of a mindset where... What the... Why is that? Oh, because I fucked it up with the fucking cannon. Never mind. God damn. Okay, can we unfuck it now? What do we do? How do we put the water in the thing? How do we make it put... How do we add water? We need electricity. No, huh. Okay, I need a windmill. How do I put a I need rock for the windmill. How do I get rock? You get rock by calcifying the nearby scenery, but I can't do that enough. What if I did the hydroponium? I can't. A new animal has appeared. Where is it? There it is. Nimbus goose. Hello, Nimbus. Welcome to the ecosystem. And so I wanted to... Sorry, I've been distracted for like 5 minutes trying to finish my fucking 2 sentences. What I was thinking was, I think we need to be at a restorative mindset. Now, I don't know what that means exactly. I'm not ready to make grand philosophical statements yet. But I do think it's solid enough as a foundation for those. But I think there needs to be a shift where we stop complaining about... Okay, so we have enough greenery. Enough forest, we need wetland and fynbos. Okay. We need to be in a mindset where things can be fixed, or like things can be improved and they can be better, and the complaining about stuff and articulating why things are bad cannot be the end in itself. You cannot just find satisfaction in going like, the world is shit, you know, this is why, look at this, look at what this fucking guy did to this politician slash leader of a nation did today. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't that fucking stupid? Let's make fun of him. Haha. Like, we could do that, but at the end of the day, I feel as though there needs to be like what, too close in? What? Okay, I guess that's fine. I guess it makes sense. Like, at the end of the day, I feel like we need to focus on actually fixing the fucking problems, I guess. Yeah. Otherwise, we're gonna be here for a while, aren't we? Like, we're gonna be just complaining about shit. We're gonna be talking about how, oh, it's all so bad. And like, you know, that's not helpful for... What was the point of that? Oh, I guess it filled that a little bit. Okay, I wasn't... Sorry, I'm like... I haven't played it in a while. I also just did that for some... We need to actually start thinking about how to make things better, one step at a time. And that I think was what this game was very much indicative of. Or like, that's what the theme of this game was. And that's why I wanted to play it today. That's it. There you go. Was that so hard? I fucking took like an hour for me to talk about why I decided to play the game I chose to play today. Fucking hell. What is fynbos again? How do you get fynbos? How do you get fynbos? What is fynbos? Beehive. But it's minus 20. But that's just the overall eco points, right? So if I do this, what would happen? What did that do? I'm still at 0% fynbos. I thought that provides fynbos. I can't do that with a forest. Okay. There we go. I figured it out. It took a little bit, but I figured it out. How do you get trees? How do you get more trees? Can we plant more trees? There you go. That's how you plant more trees. There's no water here. How do we get more water? Frogs. Happy to have them there, I guess, but fuck. Damn frogs, man. Dude, this is terrible. I feel like if somebody actually played this game, they would not be having a good time watching me play it right now. Where is it? You cedar, better. Yeah, nasty. Get them out of here. You can stay there, but just far away from me, okay? I prefer the deer, I think. A beaver? I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Burn. But that's the idea. That's the focus today. Is I'm gonna try to not be so negative. Not just that, but also I'm gonna try my best to be like, when I talk about things, just going forward in general, right? When I talk about certain things, I want to be in a more positive, or maybe not positive, but like in a what can we do if it's a bad thing way, rather than this fucking sucks, doesn't it? Hopefully that should make sense with everyone. The animals are leaving. No, they're not. Who's endangered? No one's sad. One's adequate? Why are they adequate? What do you want? There's not enough shelter. The shelter's right here. Do I need to, like... No, but that's like minus 19. I'm doing worse by doing that. Okay, I should water these fucking... I should water this segment. Right? 139, 141. Or maybe we do like a straight line so it's just easier to manage. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Tree. Can we put a beehive on a tree? We can. We need to water that first and then put the... Okay. Water this. 94. And then we put the beehive on the tree. That's enough. Now we have enough in this. Okay, now we need more wetland. I did drill a hole here for a riverbed, but like I realized that that's not helpful because I need to have stone nearby, I think. Why do I need stone again? I need a water pump. What do I need with the water pump? I need... Wait, I don't need that. No, I need fucking windmills. That's what I need. Okay, I just need a closer windmill. How do I get a closer windmill? Fuck. Can I calcify anything here? Is that close enough? That might be close. No, but you can't. It's too close to this windmill, isn't it? This is fucking annoying. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to... How do I make more fucking rock? How do I make more rock? I want to make more rock, man. I'm gonna do this. That didn't matter at all. I needed to make more fucking rock. What if I did a toxin scrubber? Would that help with the rock situation? That wouldn't. I know I need to make more water, but like you need to make more water with the fucking windmill. So I need the windmill to be closer. I need to get the windmill to closer. I need more rock. But to get more rock, I need more like... What's the thing that makes rock? I need like water. I'm in a vicious cycle. Oh, it feels miserable. Let's just build this here. And let's just hope it's not too close. It's too close. How do I destroy this? Can I destroy this? I can't destroy this. I fucked it up. I put that rock there for no reason. It shouldn't have to be there. Sorry. Sorry. I'm a little stressed out. A little stressed out. Just a little bit. How do we make water? How the fuck do we make water here? What if I just drilled another hole? What if I just slammed a hole straight through here? Let's do that. Let's do that. It's gonna ruin this beautiful landscape. Don't care. It can be fixed. Okay, so if we do that, we can now make more rock. With the calcifier. Which we can put the solar panel on. Or the windmill, sorry, the turbine. And then we can use the scrubber here. And here. And then I don't know what comes after that. I don't know why I thought to do that. We need more water. We still need more water. I'm gonna shoot another hole. Or should I shoot it? I'm gonna do it straight through here. I'm gonna kill the deer, yeah. Here we are. Okay. Okay. Now I can fill this with water. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Now we can fill this with water. And that should be enough water. It's not enough water. We need more wetland. How do we get more wetland again? We need to make an irrigator? Okay, okay. We need to do this. Shit. Oh, there's no... Oh no. Wait. Now that we have the water, we can make the... We can make the calcifier. Put that shit here. Something. And then we can do this. And then we can do this. And then we can do this. And then I could do that. I can't do that. Why can't I do that? Built on an irrigator near water and on low ground. It's not near water. Fuck. Okay. Let's do another one. Let's do another one that's near water. I guess that's the only way to do it. Okay. Now... Okay. We're done. We beat the game. With plant life and climate reestablished, the final step is to construct an airship by recycling your buildings. As you remove your presence, encourage fauna to stay by satisfying the needs of the custodians of the sea. Okay. They should be the new custodians. I need to build an airship. Allow for the construction of the airship with materials recycled from the other buildings. Where do I put the airship? There. Where? There. Fruity. Brown bear. Where are the other ones? Where's the other thing? There it is. Sage Timberwolf. They're undiscovered. They're right in front of me. What the hell do you mean they're undiscovered? They're sad? Why are they sad? What's wrong? What? Oh shit. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Yeah. Okay. They're less sad now. They're less sad now. That's good. That's good. They're next to the forests now. There's like water here, okay? If you want water, that's where you should go. I have enough animals with their needs met. I need to recycle the buildings I have been building. Okay. Who's sad? This guy's sad. Why are you sad? What do you want? Are you not happy? You are happy, aren't you? No. No, it is Gus is happy. Where's Gus? I think it left. Alright, whatever. I don't care. Sorry. Can you make more water? Research center. Reduce the cost of some buildings and unlocks the ability to manipulate the region's climate. Okay. Why do I want that? Don't I want to just build the rocket ship and go? I remember doing that. I remember doing that like 3 years ago. I have no space. Okay. Don't I want to put it in the middle? It's easier to get everything here, right? Yeah, I'm gonna put it like... Where's middle? I guess this is middle enough. Okay. Recycling silo. Recycles other buildings and stores a portion of the cost. Okay. We can do that. Let's do another one. Okay. Recycling drone. Travels along rivers to collect recycled materials from loading docks. Okay. Loading dock. Loads recycled material from the surrounding buildings and sounds onto a recycling drone. Okay. Pound lock. Allows the recycling drone to travel up and down waterfalls. Oh, okay. And then it comes back here. Can you do that? Is this like a simplification of what you could be doing with nature? They're very unhappy. They're about to leave. They're about to leave. What's going on? Why are they unhappy? They have no beehive? Is that why? No beehive? How do I make beehive? Here's a beehive. Are you happy now? Okay, moderately so. That's fine. We'll give you another one. I'll give you another beehive. Why not? You can have this one too. Okay. What? They're unhappy with the water. I think they left. No, they're still here. Aster's still here. What are you unhappy about? The water is more than enough, is it not? This is the fucking wetland. That's what you wanted. You signed up for this. You stayed here. You showed up to where this is right now. What are you talking about, Aster? Why are you unhappy? Fern, the beaver? No shelter. How do I give you more shelter? There's trees here. This game is stressful. Maybe I shouldn't have played this game. What? Hold on. As you begin basic restoration, you need to begin to address regional climate. Climate is defined by these attributes. Right now, we are only interested in humidity, but these will change in the future. Okay. Reaching certain thresholds of attributes will have broad effects on the environment. Okay. Buildings that grow plants like the irrigator or beehive are also affected by regional climate. Okay. Many buildings modify the climate slightly, but some, like this cloud seeder, change it significantly. Cultivating the right climate is an important step in your reclamation. Good luck. Okay. Is that? Excavator. That's not it. Where's the thing? Cloud seeder. Use the surrounding water and ocean to encourage cloud formation, increases ambient humidity. Why would I want that? Do I want that? I'm gonna build one because I think I want that. Okay, plus humidity. I need to recycle everything. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Animals were talking and they decided that you are a bad landlord. I'm not a landlord. Oh shit, they're leaving! Why are they all leaving all of a sudden? No Finbis. How do I make more? Where's the trees? Where are the trees? There's no trees. How am I to address this if there are no trees around? I can't help you. I cannot help you. Alright, fucking leave then. God. Can recycle more. Can recycle more. No, I can't recycle the airship. No, that's not the airship, is it? That's a fucking... That's the thing I used to plow through a... Okay, yeah.
Is this how Euphanoria looks like?
I promise you it's a lot nicer because I don't manage it, I guess. If I have to manage something, it's probably not very good. Do I want to recycle the research station now? I don't think so, do I? I'll do this. Custodians. They'll maintain the ecosystem long after your buildings are packed away. You'll need at least this many groups of ideally happy animals. Risings of the Sonic Pulse and Wildlife Bridge to guide. Sonic Pulse? It temporarily drives away nearby animals. Ooh! I can tell them to fuck off. Wildlife Bridge. Natural bridge which animals can use to cross narrow rivers. Ah. I don't know why I did that. Does that matter? Did I want that? I don't think I wanted that. Animal Observatory allows relocating the animal groups for a hefty cost. Oh, hefty indeed. And you can have a cheaper way to do it by using Sonic Pulse. Okay, but the animals just kind of spawn in, don't they? We are the frogs that want more trees and like to scare Charis. And that's why you motherfuckers are leaving and I don't care. Eclipse brown bear. Not enough food. Not enough food. We're on a beehive. I put more beehive than you can count. Beehive. Beehive. Ideal +5. Okay, good. Gotta put more fucking beehives around. +9 beehive. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now shut up. What do you want? Forest? This is forest. Put in this arboretum here. Arboretum. Okay, forest. That's gotta be enough for you. Okay, it is. Ideal +10. Good. Okay, we're forming it. We're putting it together. Ah, shit. I need to recycle something. And then they need to be able to be picked up by the boat. Gosh. I need to build more of these loading docks. Is that correct? Wait, I need to recycle first. Yep. And then... Shit. No, it's like all the way over there, man. Okay, and then I do this. And then the boat can come over and get that shit. Okay, what's going on? Why are you sad? What the fuck? I just built you shelter. What do you want from me? What? I'm sorry, this is not a very relaxing experience. I have completely forgotten about... I just said I want to make it so that the world heals, and then I'm now like yelling at the animals. I shouldn't be doing that. I'm watching myself. You know what else I should stop doing? I should shut the fuck up about like analytics. I realize I talk too much about it. I need to stop talking about it. It's just, it's in my head all the time. I talk a lot about like, I've realized like, I looked back. So I've been gone for a week, right? I've been gone for a week and it was mainly because I needed to, you know, work on shit. I need to write stuff. I need to like, you know, figure out all my things and get my affairs in order. But in the meantime, I was also like thinking about what I was doing or what I was like, how I was streaming. What do you think of micromanaging would be relaxing? I thought it would be fitting for the theme, okay? That's what I was thinking. Maybe we should do Guard. Maybe we should do Monk. Maybe we should do Monk. Maybe we should do Monk next time. Let's do Monk. Okay, let's do Monk. That way it'll be a bit more relaxing, I think. Oh shit, no, that's now? Well, I don't want to do that now. You know what? Fuck, I'm just gonna do that. Alright, it's too late. I've already fucked in. I already fucked it up. Okay, I've already like... We need rivers to like reach everything. Otherwise, trade cannot happen. River also... So, you don't like... I was talking to like... You know what gave me this wake-up call? I was talking to like an IRL friend, like, recently. And this person like lurks watching my streams as well, because like, he doesn't really chat, which is fair, because I don't either, like in live streamer streams. But he does like watch my streams, whether they are through VOD or like live. And that's like just... That's information that's going to be relevant in about 2 sentences, right? And I should have ordered it so that I don't have to tell you that, but whatever. We were talking and I mentioned how I was like frustrated because I was like, you know, man, fuck, I have like 7,000 or 8,000 watch hours, which is well over the mark for like monetization. But my ass is still on like 500 something. That sucks. Like I need to like... I went through the whole thing of like, I need to be more shameless, but I can't because I have my ego and like, not my ego, but my pride in myself for not being shameless is too overbearing. What the fuck, man? And then I said that and he was like, and he said to me, he was like, I think I've heard you say that for like 6 or 7 times. It's just, I've realized that you've never said that to me, like, on like Discord, but like I've never heard you say that to me one-to-one. You've just said that so much on your streams that I've already internalized it, and that gave me the wake-up call. That's like, I talk way too fucking much about something that ultimately doesn't matter, and I should stop, because it's kind of like, not like he didn't find it annoying, because he was like whatever with it. He didn't find it to be a big deal.
LMAOO.
But that was like my wake-up call of like, oh, I need to shut the fuck up. I need to stop talking. It didn't hit the windmill! Ah! Sorry. Is that not gonna... I thought that would... Oh, okay, it would do that. It's gonna do that now, right? Okay, here we go. Who's this he? It's one of my IRL friends. We were talking the other day. And I mentioned, like, I mentioned my analytics, and I mentioned... Not my analytics. I mentioned how I need more subs for, like... So I can actually monetize my streams properly. And then he said... It's not that it's annoying. Like, it's not like he was annoyed by the conversation. We were just having a conversation. It's just like, I've said this shit so many times in streams that like, that he's watched, that he has already, like, he already knows what I'm trying to say. And that to me was like, oh fuck, that's the sign that I should stop. That's a sign that I need to Like, I gotta be a bit more real. I gotta be a bit more, because in my own, like, time, I don't think about YouTube. I don't think about streaming. I don't, unless it's like an idea for a stream. I don't think about what it is. I think about it when I'm watching streams and when I'm doing them. But when I'm like living my life doing other shit with real human beings and interacting with my community environment, this shit does not cross my mind. It's very easy for me to make that kind of, like, that separation in my head. But I realized, partially because of this superpower, I am, whenever I'm doing things like in real life, I don't remember that I stream. So when my friends reference something from like a stream I did, I genuinely have like a cognitive like separation in my head, and I go like, what are you talking about? That sounds really familiar, but I don't know what you're saying. And they're like, you were talking about this on stream the other day. I was like, oh shit, I was, yeah. How did you know that? And I was like, oh yeah, you can watch them because they're online. But that's not that big of a problem. That's not that big of a deal when I completely isolate my IRL self into my IRL like headspace. But then when I'm on stream, because of how separated my like headspace is, all I could talk about are things about streams, and that's, or not all obviously, but like there's a good like 30% of things I say that is just like the same things over and over again. I'm like, and I realize I need to stop that. I realize I gotta fucking not do that. I gotta be a real human being and give examples of things I think about that are like of actual concern, not fucking digital points or something. I don't know. Would you rather you not share your concerns, struggles, things than other friends? No. That's why, like what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is like, he wasn't like annoyed. He wasn't saying Charis, you shouldn't talk about that. He was just like, oh, I know. He just said like, oh, I know exactly what you're saying because you've already said it so many times and I've heard it so many times. So I didn't need to give him the whole like background of like, okay, so here's how YouTube works. Here's what I need to do to get ad revenue in a specific stream, and I need to go do that. Like, I don't have to do all that explaining and background information because he already had that, and that's what he was trying to tell me. But from that, it dawned on me that, oh yeah, I do talk about this a lot. I talk about this a lot, and I need to shut the fuck up about it. That's not what he said. That's what I said to myself. That is not what he said. I don't think any of the regulars here in chat mind. Yeah, but like I mind. That's what matters to me, is because I care. Alright, that's this is like what I do when nice people come into my live stream chat and offer like verbal support. They're like, you know, it's great, you can do what you want, like we don't mind at all. And I go like, no, but fuck you, I care, I mind what I'm doing. As if you were trying to like insult me, which you're not. But like I respond with a level of hostility that I don't. Oh shit, I almost dismissed it. I respond with a level of hostility that's that's something else that I think I notice as well. Not like to the point where it's insufferable, I think.
Funny thing, Chairman, but did you share your thoughts with them? Or will they probably find out from listening to the stream slightly smiling face?
I have no goddamn clue if they're gonna watch a Terra Nil stream. No clue. Because I'm not, like, I keep doing different shit. And different people who know me in real life will like, because not everyone can watch every stream I do. So everyone's like picking which streams to watch, but everyone I know watches different streams that I do. There's not really like a commonality, like there's not really like a guaranteed hit among people who watch my streams, I guess. And also just is like whatever's like at the moment, I guess. So will I share my thoughts with them? I don't know. I'll probably ask them. I'll preface it by asking them if they watch my Terra Nil stream. Are we too nice to you? Should we tell you shut up more? No. I like the way it is. I like the way it is, but I have no bearing over what you do. If you want to tell me to shut up more, you can do that. You can do that. I just might ignore you even harder than I usually do. That's all. Why can't I put that there? What? Oh, because I need to put a little elevator here, right? No? No? What are you talking about? What? Why can't I put that there? What's going on? What is that? Nimbus goose? No, get the goose. I don't want to look at the goose. What is that? Oh, it's an irrigator. Oh, I gotta fucking... Oh, okay, okay. I do this. And then I do this. Okay. Alright, I figured it out. Probably answered the question I've thought about asking. You've announced other VTubers as well. You don't have any dreams where you meet your virtual self, do you? No, I never have. I genuinely think... I don't know if it's healthy either. I think when you lean too much towards one extremity, I think it's unhealthy. And when you lean too much towards the other, it's unhealthy as well. It's almost like a mode I have where I am Charis Euphranor, or I am insert government name here that you shouldn't be knowing. Like, there's no... It's not that, like, a lot of people have this thing where they have no separation, and that leads to negative consequences, like letting your IRL interactions consume your, like, mind in your daily life. I think I have the opposite problem, which I think is a bit rarer, where I genuinely become... I think I'm two different people. I'm not, like, the two different... Like, it's not like I'm lying to you now. I'm not, like, you know, I'm not like pretending to be nice, but actually I'm gonna like stab all the other VTubers in the back the moment I get the opportunity to by screwing them over with artist commissions. Like, I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm doing. I'm still like I think I'm still the same person. You've mastered the Hannah Montana double life? I think I have. I genuinely think I have in my head made such a strong separation that I cannot feel. What the fuck? Why is it? I need to shoot another hole. Okay, let's do that. Sorry, give me a second. Do this. Okay, what does that do? Why is there no water here? Is this connected? Can I can. I can do this too. I think I'll do this. No, I think I'll do this. Ah, okay. We're cooking now. But I have not had dreams where I meet my virtual self, because as far as I'm concerned, I live in a different realm of existence with my personage, if that makes any sense. It is a little bit Jekyll and Hyde, I think, where part of my head goes away when I click go live here right now, and another part of it, and then it goes away the moment I end broadcast, and then vice versa. I feel weird when people, like, I'll hear, okay, so, especially, like, fucking annoying ass kids, they do this, right? But it's also just people in general. I know that you might be one of them as well, like, you the person listening to this right now, for some reason, I don't know why, maybe it's a part of this psyche thing I have, this inner psyche thing. I hate when people refer to other people no longer as like, hey everyone, hey guys, but we call each other chat. I can't bear with that. I think something is wrong with the fucking world whenever, like, someone refers to, like, someone else as chat. It disturbs me. I find it disturbing. I don't like it. I think there's something wrong with society whenever I hear like a teenager go like, what do we think, chat? Like, in real life. If you're doing this shit online, I can be a bit more like, yeah, I guess this is the online environment and you may not be like a streamer, but you might be thinking, you might be watching, like your headspace is still there. So I understand why you would, you know, delude yourself into thinking that you are in an environment where that's the way you address people. But if it's like, if you're in public, if you're in like a restaurant, or you're in like a school, or in your school, if you're in like, you know, just anywhere where this is nowhere near a fucking streamer, stop calling people chat. It's fucking, it's not just it's weird and I don't like it and I'm a grumpy old man, but I feel like it's slowly naturalizing this digital realm and all of its extremities with our approach to like life as it is. And I'm not saying there should be a total distinction. I'm just saying that we're merging it thoughtlessly by doing this shit. And maybe because of how strongly I feel about this, in my head, I have never even made the connection. As far as I'm concerned, I'm two different people. Me when I stream versus me when I'm like offline. I almost live like a separate existence. Again, in my head. Okay, it does reach, thank goodness. Oh, does the fucking ground destroyer not ruin this? I guess not. Oh. Okay. Are we done? I feel like we're done, right? No, there's still some left. Need to do this. Do this. And that should be everything. That should be all the technologies we've selected. Was the miraculous ladybug fandom for too long when I hear chat for your chat? No. Is that someone's name? Like a character? Cat Noir is a character. Okay. Anyways. I have such a strong distinction in my head that I would never think of like, unless the moment I'm streaming, I'll think about Charis Euphranor. The moment I'm not, I am completely distanced myself from it as a person, I think. Rocket ship. Okay, this fucking sucks. I'm looking at this, like, now I did a terrible job. I did a horrible job cleaning this out. I guess it was enough. And I think the bottom corner was okay. Like, the southern part of the map is fine, I think. Wasteland reclaimed. But like, look at the look at the east side, man. The north is weird. The east is just incomplete. Let's appreciate. Not that good. Is it just me or it still looks kind of fucked up? Maybe it's just me. It still feels kind of fucked up. Yeah, that's no good. But whatever, we completed the game, I guess. We did it. We did the game. That beaver just teleported. Did you see that? That beaver just fucking choop. This part's nice. This part's nice. This part's okay. Appreciate the beauty of nature for at least 60 seconds. Okay. I got an achievement for that, I guess. But like, I don't know. I think it's like the same person. I feel like I'm not the same person, but the same entity. That's fucking weird, dude. I don't know. To answer your question, Wandering, no, I have never met myself, my virtual self. Because even though we're different people, I am both of those people. Whatever that means, right? I am two people. It's not like I am one person and there's another person. It's like I am two, there's like, this is one software, this is one hardware, and there's two different, like, when I'm one computer and there's two different Windows logins. It's not like there's two computers. There's only one computer, but there are two logins. And when I'm logged into one thing, I am not logged into the other thing. And sometimes when you install some shit, your computer goes like, do you want to install it on all the profiles? Sometimes I say, yeah, sure, let's put Steam on both of them. Let's put like philosophy in both of the fucking profiles. But there's the other thing that's like, I'm not putting, where do we put the legal names and all the passwords? Okay, let's put that all in one profile here. Let's put that in the admin profile. Okay, where do we put the shitty jokes and the VTubing and the weekly discussions of the state of VTubing? Let's put that in the other folder. We don't want to put that in the admin folder, or else it gets confusing, and then you start talking to, like, you know, your 70-year-old neighbors about what an iron mouse is. They will have no clue, so let's not do that, okay? And sometimes when I'm reaching into one, very rarely, but sometimes when I'm reaching into one profile, I grab something from the other, and that fucks me up. I don't know. I'm just getting into the psychedelic philosophy with this. There's like, I don't think there's psychedelic philosophy. I feel like there's philosophy. There's doing philosophy while you're on drugs, and you can do that. But I don't think I would categorize it by itself, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I've been too fucked. Something's wrong. I had like a I'm losing my train of thought. I feel like I lived through a lifetime, having gone a week without stream being here. And also, like, I guess I can say this. Can I say this? I think I can say this, yeah. Not like you would know, like, or be able to gather any information from that, but like I recently finished my dissertation, and I feel like a different person, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think I finally actually finished my dissertation, and I looked at life differently. I've now started to look at life differently. I now, not in that like I'm totally separate from my entity 2 weeks ago, but now I feel a little less. Oh yeah, I was just gonna let that go forever. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even realize. Go to a different land. Try to reclaim it. 0000. 21. 6. Okay. Temperate bound restored. Finbis, wetland forest, rocky scrubland. Okay. Hill and Dale. We need to name that land. Can we do that? Do we have to name it? We'll call it like we'll call it Euphraноria 1. And then we'll call this one Euphraноria 2. That's how we'll name it. Begin your restoration efforts using wind turbines, cone filters, and irrigators to create greenery. Cone filters can be rotated, creating larger areas of fertile soil in a targeted direction. Okay. There we are.
Never name things again, confused face.
Okay, fine. Why don't you take a crack at it then? Why don't you do it then? Please do it. I'm not good with names. I like when it's a little easier for me when other people do it. I'm terrible with names. I'm okay with like human names, but I can't do like non-human names, I think. I don't know why. I don't know why that's the case. Ooh! Now that's a lot better than just the area around. So much nicer. And now... Cool. Used to do this. No, one more here. Could it be? Oh, maybe like here. Although I've got like 5-6 things being generated right now. That's not good. That's no good at all. Shit, I don't have enough. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh. That's no good. Whatever. I think we need to do that. I think that's out of necessity. Okay, whatever. Your kids' names are probably thing 1 and 2. I would if they wouldn't get bullied in school, but they will. So I would name my kids different names. I think I would like. I could name like I have good like character names. I don't have good like place names. Peridot Glades. Sure, let's go with that. Thank you, maybe. That was Peridot Glades. Glades. But I've made... So, anyways, back to what I was talking about, which I barely remember, but bear with me. I am so... Put a turbine here, hold on. I'm so averse to the concept even of mentioning. I know what like a YouTube is when I'm not when I'm offline, and when I'm online I'm so averse to mentioning basic things like, for example, the fact that I will go to the store to get groceries sometimes, that my head is split evenly into unreconcilable components. And that is not good, I think. You don't have good character names, remember Chog? Chog is a fucking excellent name for a pet, okay? I wouldn't name a person Chog. But it's a really good, like, animal name. Is it not? It is. And if you don't agree with me, you're lying. Let's shoot like a river. Did we? I don't think we need to, actually.
Brother, are we sure you ain't autistic/J?
You don't know that, and you don't need to know. I don't know either, so it doesn't matter. Oh. I've been thinking about, like, you know, what if I got, like, tested? Because it's been known to, like, happen. But then I thought, what the fuck would the point of that be? Like, I don't get any benefits from that. All I'm gonna do is, like, get certifiably, like, is now introduced as certifiable thing to get bullied for. Like, you know, fuck that. I'm not doing that. There's no reason to. I don't get anything from this shit. Do that. It feels really satisfying. Do another one here. I mean, I have infinite resources, so I don't have to worry about my resources. Because I turned on, like, relax mode. Because I was so stressed out. And now I'm, like, stressing out about it anyways. What is wrong with me? Maybe the less I know, the better. Yeah, like, you know, what the fuck do I need it for? Now, I understand that that's... Now, I want to preface this by saying... This is not advice for you. This is just how I've chosen to deal with my problems. It's because, like, what the fuck do I gain from, like, hard confirmation of my, like, suspected neurodivergence? I don't gain anything. Oh, but you can understand yourself better. No, I already understand myself enough. Or rather, it wouldn't improve my understanding. Because... let's say that, oh, okay, it turns out that there's a little bit of that. There's a little bit, there's some sort of divergence going on. Well, I don't, like, it's not like it's a case-by-case basis, isn't it? It's always a case-by-case basis. It's not like one thing will explain every person with a specific neurotypicality or otherwise. It's not like that's going to explain anything. If it's not going to explain, like, that much, at least, then what the fuck is the point of me even thinking about it? Like, why would I do that? If I need to figure myself out, I'm going to look inwards and figure myself out. And I think I know myself enough. Or, that's not true. I think I know myself a lot. And I'm happy with how much I know myself. And I'm continuing to discover things about myself every day. And the thing with, like, a diagnosis is, like, it wouldn't help me. Because I don't feel like... Let me think very carefully about what I'm about to say, because I do take mental health stuff very seriously, but this does sound a bit like a dissonance from what I usually speak on, right? Oh, that's good. We got that part of the... So let me speak on this before we creep into too much like dissonance. I think if you want to get diagnosed because you want to like understand yourself better, that's a fantastic thing. That's a fantastic idea. I just don't need to do that because I understand myself enough. Or I understand myself in that a diagnosis would not help me understand myself. You know what would help me understand myself more though? Is if I play 10 more hours of Terra Nil and I start just picking myself apart like this. That would help me. That would help me a lot. That would help me understand myself a lot more. That's good. That's good. Wonderful. Excellent. Excellent. I'm gonna shoot a hole through here. Ah. Excellent. Any more holes we need to shoot? Maybe like here. No, I don't think we need. I think we might need that. What if I just keep... That was a mistake. Because now I need to... Oh dear, that's a terrible mistake. Shouldn't have done that. Whatever. There's no resources, I guess, so there's nothing to worry about. But yeah, I've thought about it and I realized I don't need to know yet. In the future, when I do need to know, I'll look into it. But I don't need to know now. I don't think it would explain that much if I got like a diagnosis. Neurological, like, being. Because I know how I feel about things. The only things I don't know are about myself are things pertaining to my specific, like specific things, not like broad stroke things. Like I know how I feel about larger bubbles of thought, like politics, like identity, like time, like communication, like, but I don't know how I feel about, I don't know, what's like chicken jockey. Actually, I know exactly how I feel about chicken jockey. That's a lie. I know how I feel about it. And I feel not good. That's how I feel. Why is it not? Son of a bitch. Hold on. I need more rocks. Can I get more rocks again? There you go. Let's say get more rocks. More rocks. Directional output of it is a lot more soothing to the mind than the other thing. Very happy they have that now. Or I have that now. But yeah, I'm not saying I have nothing to like think about for myself. It's just that everything I could think about is probably a subset of like a broader umbrella of what I already have thought enough about. I am 60, so that has given me some time to do so. This looks like a little dragon, a little eye. Psychology is a mirror to philosophy. Don't disregard your field customs. No, like I know it's important. It's just that at the moment, I'm not confused about my neurological reaction to things. That's not what confuses me. What confuses me is... What confuses me now? Let me think. What is confusing to me now? What's confusing to me now is how someone can be like just satisfied. Like, how can someone sit there and like and watch something incredibly like droll and be entertained by it? Like, what's like, I don't know, think of a shitty Netflix show, Charis. I don't know. I don't know how someone can watch Big Bang Theory and laugh. That's what confuses me. What confuses me is I don't understand why Big Bang Theory is funny. I don't understand why anyone can watch something with canned laughter and laugh along to it who is above the age of 10. I think if you're below the age of 10, it makes sense. But I think once you have reached a certain, like, part of your, like... I don't know. Hold on. I gotta think about this. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck happens in your mind when you hear Bazinga and you go, that's hilarious, I love that. What the fuck is funny? I don't get what that is. That's what I don't understand. That confuses me. I know how I feel about canned laughter. And that it is like, I'll rant about this in a little bit. Tell me to come back to this. I know how I feel about canned laughter. I know how I feel about shows that use canned laughter. I know that people enjoy, there are some people out there, there's a non-negligible amount of people that enjoy shows with canned laughter and laugh because of the canned laughter. I know these things. But what I don't know is why, like, what is the internal subjective process of someone to hear Bazinga and go, and, you know, and like be, that's a real knee slapper. I don't get that. I don't get that. That's what I don't understand. So what I'm trying to say is I've looked inwards enough to know most things relevant to how I should like form an opinion. What I don't know enough of is other people. I don't know enough about that. I need to know more about that. I do. Jokes, I think it's fine if there's nothing that seems necessary to work on. Jones was saying he would learn nothing from them. No. I would learn something. It's just like, but would it be worth? Okay, no. Here's maybe I should correct myself. There's a trade-off that occurs. Okay, if I get like a diagnosis that tells me I have a little bit, I have a little bit of autism. Then what happens is like in my head I have to be like, okay, how does this affect my employment prospects? Is this good or bad? If it's good, if we're in like the inclusivity era, then maybe I would consider that. But if we're in the era, which is I suspect we're sort of in right now, where any sort of neurodivergence is looked upon with like disgust and discrimination, because frankly, you know, as if they didn't have it hard enough, we gotta throw that shit on them. Like, if that's the case, then my first priority shouldn't be to also put myself in that hole. I think that's not my first priority. I'm not saying it's not something I would ever engage with. It's just like, that's not my first part. How do I get more, like, things here? I asked this question. That's how you do it. United against therapy? No, therapy's fine. It's just like, I was gonna say I don't need it. I might need therapy. I don't need therapy. I think I would benefit. Here's my thing. I think I would benefit from therapy. I just think that the socioeconomic consequences of my existence would benefit a lot more from like a universal basic income than therapy. Like I can talk about my feelings, and I'm sure that would help. But you know what would help me more than like talking about my feelings? Like the threat of starvation and death being removed from my existence. That would help a little more. And then I can start talking about my feelings. Then at that point, you know, that would be more of the concern. Right now, I've got a little bit more to think about than that, you know? Or not more, but I've got different things to worry about. Yeah, not more, sorry. Is it psychological? Literally, yesterday saw a video of psychologists explaining how satisfaction comes from taking some skill. As in, like, you have to learn satisfaction? I think that's true, but it's like, that's not something I look inwards into, I think. Because I know I'm not going to... Like, hold on. Let me correct myself. Let me stop myself before I go too far into something I'm gonna regret saying. I got nothing, never mind. Why do I not have enough greenery? What's going on?
Chairman, I saw lots of negatives, so let's play a nice green game 2 hours later. You know what'd be better than therapy? Basic universal income.
I should shut the fuck up. I should stop talking. Do you know, like, you know how I feel that, not to get negative, but I'm gonna do that right now. Like, sometimes you just like watch someone else do something you're doing and they do it way better and you go like, what the fuck am I even doing? Like, what's the point? Why do I bother? Why do I bother? What the hell am I like, who cares what the fuck I've got going on? That's me watching, like, that was how I felt watching, like, the Northern Lion Yard podcast. Was like, holy shit, these guys are so good. What am I doing? Oh god, there's a little bit of patch. There's a little patch there that's never gonna be fixed. Fuck hell. Okay. No, I need another turbine. Shit. God damn it. Okay, whatever. Start filling these, okay. Let's start filling these. There you go. That's enough greenery. Right? No, it's not. What the hell? What's not enough? Okay, I guess we can do this too. Okay, now we should be enough. There we go. It's for us and the other can bounce off each other. You're running so yeah. But like, you know, it's not just that. It's just in general. Like when I watch like when I'm watching like my goat Gargura, for example, I think that as well. I go like, what am I doing? What the fuck is the point of my existence? Like, I should stop streaming, so people should be able to watch other streamers who do it like way better. But speaking on that, I did kind of... One of the things they talked about in that like podcast episode was like the concept of a comfort streamer, and they all hated it. I think they all hated being called their comfort streamer for some reason. But then I thought about it. I was like, no, I don't mind, because I think I've been told by some of you that like I am also a comfort streamer that you kind of like return to. I don't know what that means. And I might have hallucinated that as well. Like, I don't think, maybe no one actually said that. I'm just like, but I think I remember some people saying that. And I don't understand why that's viewed from a negative perspective. I think that might be because there's they have a desire to be like challenging almost, maybe, or like not just like comforting, turn off your brain. Like, you should not be turning off your brain, right? But maybe I don't feel that way because my particular relationship with the idea of turning your brain off to consume something is that I know that's what people do. I know that for anything everyone does, you are turning your brain off and you are trying to find comfort. And I know also that I'm very good at instilling discomfort, not to be weird or to creep people out, but like instilling discomfort and to challenge people's ideas on things. And so it's actually better for me if you find me comforting for some reason. Maybe you find my streams comforting and something that you can be familiar with and sort of return to, because then in that comfort, I am now given more leeway and room to say shit like, have you considered the how maybe one terrible election is going to like set the world onto a path of doom forever and then fuck up the next 50 years of discourse on a certain thing, you know, like that is something I can say, I think, partially because
you ain't my comfort streamer, you are my pretty princess streamer.
what the fuck does that mean? What the hell? Your favorite baby? I don't know what that means. I looked at, you know what I did today? You know what I did today as like extra reading material? I pulled up WikiHow and I searched, like today, I saw it again. Like I was scrolling, because I'm terrible. I was scrolling through social media and then I encountered the word baby girl. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean even? And I think it was used to describe like one of the Love and Deep Space characters. And I was like, I don't know what that means, because if it means handsome, they're all handsome, but they're like, no, this guy is a baby girl. And I was like, he's like a grown-ass man. What do you mean? They're all grown-ass men, but they're like this specific one. So I was like, what's going on? Went to WikiHow. I searched up baby girl definition, and then I scrolled a bit in the search to find that there was a WikiHow article with pictures included. I clicked on that, and I genuinely think it helped me understand the concept of it. Like I had to read like a WikiHow entry on it. But then now that I have read that WikiHow entry, I think I'm beginning to connect the dots in like how I'm being perceived in the world. And I'm like, okay, that makes a bit more sense. You really no comfort because you refuse to say the chat is the light of your life? Because like you show up and like you say things and that's fine, and then like you leave and I leave. That's it. There's no further exchange of that, okay? You're not special. You are 1 in a million, and so am I. Like, it's not like you're not special, I am. No. Neither of us are special. We are all cosmic dust, and we don't mean anything, and that's okay.
WikiHow is surprisingly useful. It taught me how to break into my own car.
It is. What? I was gonna say, yeah, it really is. Like, what? You broke into your own car? I guess because you locked yourself out. I was on WikiHow when there was a wasp in my room, and I was trying to figure out what to do with it. It didn't really help, but it was nice to have that step-by-step instruction of like, open up the window, and so the bee will fly out by itself. Only for me to 2 hours later realize it was, you know. Next, introduce wetland, fynbos forests, and scrubland. Combustors increase the ambient temperature, but also burn a small area of plant life to ash. Fires create the nutritious ash that sustains forest life, but may also help to correct an overabundance of... Okay. Caparallum. Whoa. Whoa. Let's do a hydroponium. Right here. Here we go. Here goes as many you want to down. Okay, yep. If I, okay, yep. Alright. Yeah, that's not helpful. That's not helpful at all. Like, that doesn't clarify anything for me, man. That makes no goddamn sense. Isn't that just like... I don't want to get into fucking, like, into this discourse, right? But, like, isn't that just what the word bottom means? Why do we have to use a different word to say the same thing? Why can't we just use the same word for the same things? It is? Okay, well then why the fuck do we use a different word? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. I can't fit this here. No, I can. Okay. Are they filling itself in? Filling themselves in. It's filling itself in. Okay. Prefer chat. No, it's just like, I don't, like, they mean the same thing. Why you gotta use the term that confuses me then? Because the other one confuses me, like, less. Baby girl bottom and sub should not be interchangeable. I can't believe we're delving into this discussion right now. I don't want to be part. I don't want to be in this discussion. What the fuck was I talking about before? I don't remember what I was talking about. What was I talking about before? I was talking about, like, shows. No, I can't go back. I'm too far into this. I gotta see it through. I did have, like, a moment. I was watching a librarian video, and NL was confused with, like, top-bottom Discord. And I'd never felt so seen. I'd never felt so seen in my life. Like, yes, it is confusing. None of this makes any sense. What the fuck? Like, why is it that you bottom from top and then you top on the bottom? And it's like, what the, can we not use our words to say things that we mean? And, yeah, can we not just say words? Like, what happened to using our words? Why can't we say words anymore? I don't get it. Is that what I wanted to do? I don't think that's what I wanted to do. Whatever. All different stuff. Why do we gotta be so specific about it as well? Like, why can't we just, like, why instead? Okay, here's why it's bad. Here's why I'm gonna launch my argument. Right. Here's why this is objectively a terrible thing. It's because, like, the more specific words we use to describe things, rather than to just describe it with you. Okay. The more tags we invent, the better the system is at sorting what we want, and the better our desires are. The easier it is for the machines to detect what our desires are and funnel us into the most, like, capitalistically feasible way for you to instantly satisfy those desires without having to think about your actions in life. That's what's wrong. Okay, that is what's wrong. That's what's going on.
I think I could describe it, but it would probably get me banned.
Because like why, instead of like, oh, I'm like a top bottom sub switch matrix on Tuesdays, like why can't you be like, why can't you just say when I am engaging in certain activities in my life, I prefer to do this and that, and I would like my partner to do this and that, and then, but except you don't say that to the fucking world. You don't tell everyone this. You tell it to the person you are interfacing with, who you trust enough to have this information about you, because it is deeply personal for me. We're losing that. We're losing our sense of like privacy. Like, not everyone needs to know what's going on in your life, okay? Not everyone needs to know anything about you. Stop sharing it. Frankly, because that shit stays online forever. Okay, here's the thing with that as well. Excuse me. Isn't it quicker to say top bottom? Yeah, it is, but then like, why does it matter? I don't want to like, because like it's the same as like, to me, here's the same thing, right? It's the same thing as like I can't understand the concept of I want a girlfriend. I don't get that. Or like I want a boyfriend or whatever. I want like a non-binary partner, right? Like, you know, like I want like to be in a relationship. Like what the fuck does it mean to want like a boyfriend or like a girlfriend? Because like what that doesn't explain anything. That person could ruin your life. You could get into a relationship with a boyfriend and girlfriend and they could ruin your life. That's not what you want. You want something specific. So what is that? And now instead of making that like a snazzy catchable term that you can plug into the matrix, you just internalize it and you think about it as who you are as a person and what you are seeking in the world. Like you don't have to go through the fucking tags to talk about it, because like why are you talking about it with strangers in the first place? They don't deserve to know that about you. Just like how you motherfuckers don't deserve to know anything about me either. Does that make sense? I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that made a lot of sense. Because like the more we find out words and tags to be able to specifically refer to every specific niche, like interest and kink or whatever that you're into, the less like I feel like the less control, the more control you are surrendering to like systems that sort you into categories. So you become less of like, you know, a unique, nuanced individual person and more like, here's your profile, tagging everything you're into ever. Show these ads to this person at X intervals every 2 days. So it's just enough to keep it on their mind so that they'll know the next thing they want to consume, but not enough for them to get pissed off and not want to see it anymore. Like, what? Instead, I want this to not be known by anyone except for the people who need to know this. There's lots of nuances. I know there are, and that's cool that there are nuances, but like, why are we making an effort to make it easier to categorize every specific nuance? Why are we doing that? Why are we in such a rush? Why do I need to, like, why does it need to be quicker? What I'm telling you about, like a sexual interest or something like that. Why does that need to be faster? Why can't we sit down and take the time to talk about it? Like, wouldn't that be better than like, here's my profile, here's like the 15,000 tags that this computer has searched through, that because I've uploaded, you know, pretty much every fragment of my soul to this nebulous machine entity, Now it knows everything I know and want and desire more better than I do, and it has decided to match me with you, person who also has desires that match me exactly the same. Where's the joy in figuring shit out? Where's the joy in, like, discovery, man? Where's the joy in, like, being a person in the world? You know what I mean? Humans prefer to communicate with less words into a broader audience. I feel like we're normal and understood. But, like, we don't, like, but you are normal and understood. And even if you are not normal, you are understood. Because you are not that difficult to understand, okay? People are not that difficult to understand. Whenever someone pulls the fucking shit of, like, oh, you wouldn't get it, you know, like, I'm just a little too complicated for you. You wouldn't understand me. No, bitch, I would, actually. Try me. You are not that difficult. If I could figure out, like, Hegelian dialectics in, like, an afternoon, and admittedly have forgotten about it by this point because I think it's a load of crap, but whatever. If I can figure out Hegelian dialectics in an afternoon, you are not a fucking mystery. It's just that you're using words that are ambiguous and mean nothing to me, and that's why I can't, like, I don't know what the fuck. I like organizations, I like all the labels and specific words for things. It's nice to have an easy way to explain aspects of myself to others. It feels good to have specific. Okay, so that is, like, the first, like... Thank you for the comment. I think that's the first, like... Not... That's the first thing that kind of makes sense to me. That makes sense. I can see why having words and labels can feel good to arrange for a self-understanding. That's fine. But I feel like... Okay, well, there's multiple aspects to this, because, like, one is, like, it feels bad to not feel understood, and to not have someone validate your, like, emotions and feelings, or, like, the way you approach things or whatever. Wait, should I have done that? Yeah, that's fine. Was it? Okay, I think that's fine, yeah. Okay, that's good. But, like, the part of it that feels good because you're being understood, to me, I feel as though, as part of the human experience, I shouldn't have to compromise on myself to be understood. And neither should people. So I don't, for example, get frustrated when other people take time to explain what they're thinking. I just sit there and, like, I listen. When they find difficulty in expressing themselves, I'll sit there and I'll go like, okay, yeah, go on. And then occasionally, if it sounds like, if it feels like they might need help, I will offer to them. I'll go like, hey, do you want me to try to guess what you're trying to say? And if they go like, yes, please, like, I'll do that. I'll be like, okay, I'll interject occasionally and say, did you mean to say this? Is this what you wanted to express? And if not, I'll shut the fuck up and I'll let them talk, you know? But I realize that the world is not like that. Or a lot of people are not that patient. But I think the solution to that isn't to cater to people's impatience. I think the solution to people's impatience is to instill, like, a culture of patience. Instead. Like, that should be the solution. Dude, I hate that it's just like fucking... Okay. Oh, god damn. Ah. Whatever. Fine, it's okay. It's fine, it's okay. Wait, we can do this. Nice. And I understand like why you would have by having specific words it feels more comforting, because when you describe yourself with words that people understand, it's especially when it's quicker, right? Like you don't risk losing people's patience as much. But also if someone's really quick to lose patience, then I don't want to talk to them. If someone's impatient and they're like, I want to know now or else I'm going to walk away. I'm like, fuck you, walk away. You are not going to hear from me because you don't deserve it. But maybe this is spoken from a perspective that is informed by relationships and experiences that are too healthy. And I need to put myself in the mindset of like, okay, but maybe someone has like a fucked up like environment around them that does not support this type of like good learned behavior, right? I don't know. Not too educated on it, but having labels makes people have an in-crowd and out-crowd mentality, gives a sense of community while also a sometimes healthy way of excluding others. I think that's right. I think that's a good point too. Maybe the reason I'm a bit more hesitant right now is because I've lived my life and my age to the ripe age of 60, and I have seen what it's doing to people now, and that it's creating so many micro bubbles, so many little chasms of like just everyone around me needs to be like-minded, and you know, echo chamber is the broader concept, but I want to break it down specifically. Everyone around me needs to agree with what I'm saying, or else they're a terrible person, and I'm going to demonize them, and I'm going to make sure they're never going to, like, be able to even have the opportunity to discuss this with me. And frankly, what happens then is you just drive them to another. If you drive people away, I'm not saying short term, I'm saying long term. What will happen is they will be driven away to another community where they are surrounded by their like-minded people now, and these communities will never interact with each other unless on war battleground hostility. And as a result, we all think that we all know what we're talking about. And that is not true. First of all, that we all know what we're talking about. But second of all, it also gives the illusion that like everyone around us thinks the way we do. And that's dangerous when it comes to, well, many things. But when I think of it, the first thing I think of it is the political ramifications of it in environments where people need to vote. Because then you live under the illusion that everyone around you is going to vote for this guy, and there's no way they wouldn't vote. There's no way they would vote for the other guy. That couldn't possibly happen. So I'm going to like just kick back and not worry about it too much. And now we're in the fucking state that we're in. Sorry, I know I said I didn't want to be too doom and gloom, but here we are, right? So my approach to this, I suppose, is not to say let's ban labeling or whatever, or let's ban like people having words. That's okay. You should have words. We should have words to be able to express what they think. My solution, because we're now in like a dealing with it mindset today instead of just a complaining about it mindset, is that we need to instill into ourselves the habit of, first of all, uncertainty and anxiety, so that, like, you know, sometimes we just don't know what's going on. That's okay. Two, to avoid negative experiences, not just avoiding negative experiences. We need to learn how to deal with negative experiences. People need to learn how to deal with like bigotry, I think, rather than just be sheltered from it. I think you need to learn how to approach it, how Obviously, of course, given having in mind one's safety and other things. But people should be given the tools to disarm the hostility that is angled towards them because of slight indifference of the matter. Gloom's inevitable. I'm sorry, guys. Please tell me something positive that I can like cheer about. Okay, but I can't. I need healing. Okay, I do. I need healing. My healing starts with like a subsidy so that I don't have to break the bank every time I like get groceries and pay the bills. Okay, that's where it starts for me. That's where my healing starts. Fucking hell. Don't always want to explain my personal thoughts and feelings in detail to people. Having tags and labels is for myself rather than because others are impatient about listening. But if it's for yourself, it's like... Hold on, I'm trying to think. No, okay, I guess that makes sense. Because like the tags do help you like figure yourself out faster. And I guess my response cannot be like, you know, you shouldn't be allowed to want to figure yourself out faster. I think that makes sense. Right? I think it's... We have the desire of making sense of things, which is why people are superstitious. It's why people are, they want something to believe in, right? Like, I get that. But I want to maybe say...
How's it going? Good news, I bought new cups. Bad news, I've become a consumer for tumblers.
Oh. New cups? Why do you need new cups? Sorry, I'm interrogating you immediately as you're coming in. Why do you need that thing? Do you really need it? Come on. No, congratulations on the new cups. I hope they are pretty, and I hope they complement your silverware. I think is what I should be saying. As if I were like to be a normal human being for once, my. But if it's for yourself, like, and I don't mean to, like, you know, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable in the way that's like, you know, to invalidate your experience. But I do mean to make you uncomfortable in that, like, I want to challenge that thought for a moment. Why not wallow in the discomfort for a little while? Why not wallow in the dread, the uncertainty? Why not just think a little bit about, like, okay, what are these negative feelings that I'm feeling, and why do I feel this way? How do I deal with it? And like, in what ways can I deal with this? Now, obviously, one way to do that is to approach and to say, okay, well, I can, for example, if I'm confused about how I think about things or how I want to present myself in my identity, in my gender expression, etc., right? Like my orientation for things, just basic things, right? I understand it would be useful and helpful to have labels just to be able to get in touch with myself, right? But don't you want to spend the time you'd save? Because you're saving time doing this. Being able to put yourself into these labels and to be able to find comfort in that. You do save time, but why do you want to save time talking to yourself? Why do you want to save time spending time with yourself? Don't you want to spend more time with yourself? Or is it that bad of a thing to spend more time with yourself if it means you, like, and wallow in your discomforts a little? You know? Isn't that kind of good? And if the case is like, okay, well, like, I need this because of external validity, because this helps me identify the communities I want to engage with and be around, then what I have to say is, like, you need to get better at just distinguishing who's a piece of shit human being and who isn't, I guess, maybe. Not because, like, you have a moral imperative to, and you are a worse person if you don't. No. Like, this is for, like, this helps you, right? Like, we all need to be equipped with the bullshit detector, or like the bigotry detector in our souls, to be able to be like, yeah, this fucking guy is gonna be difficult, okay. Like, and you need to be able to figure that out without, like, them going like, I identify as, like, without them going into your favorite Charis Euphranor lashing. I identify, I'm a little bit of a conservative, I consider myself. Like, I gotta need you to fucking tell me that, okay? I didn't need that guy to tell me he's a little bit of a conservative when he started making jokes about women. Like, I do immediately. Like, the tag didn't need to be there. I was ready to not think about it already. I'm tired of walling. I spent enough time with just myself. So, like, that then I think goes into... Maybe I'm taking it for granted that I'm surrounded by people who are really supportive, I suppose. Because I recognize not everyone has that. But at the same time, I don't think it's... I think there's no... The solution is not to, like, further isolate and gravitate towards people who are like-minded and similar and immediately accepting. Like, because what that does is it creates this, like, bigger overall issue of, like, we're now in our little pockets and bubbles and echo chambers now. We're not talking. Like, that's what I think is the root of it. Like, but maybe that's because I have, like, a fallback of, like, okay, if I get a little fucking tired of talking to these dumbass motherfuckers, at least at the end of the day, I can be, like, I can, like, lean back and talk to, like, a group of friends and, like, you know, just share in our experiences. Like, yeah, this is fucking annoying, isn't it? And then maybe disagree on certain things and then argue about it. But at the end of the day, we're still friends anyways, and just go out for drink. I don't know. It looked and felt nice, but now I'm obsessed. But now I'm obsessed with weird cups. Well, it's not the worst obsession, I guess. Generally ignore labels, prefer to remain unlabeled because labels are too confusing and too specific. Only use them if I know it would make other people understand me better. Maybe it's also because, like, I feel as though labels would never help anyone understand me better. Maybe I also have that because in my head I'm like, you gain nothing from knowing I did a philosophy degree. Like, I have a degree in philosophy because fucking loads of people have a degree in philosophy. Not just me. Well, maybe not loads, but like there's a good amount of people that have degrees in philosophy. Just because you understand them better doesn't mean you're gonna understand me better. In fact, it might actually confuse you because most philosophy majors are like more well-adjusted. Rocks. That's cool. Okay. And also, like, I don't want people to know who I am immediately, okay? Like, I don't want people to immediately understand me. I want there to be some mystery. If I'm talking to someone, like, if I'm talking to you, I want you to work, I want you to put some effort, okay? I want you to put some effort into, like, working for it. You have to work for it to understand me. You shouldn't just be able to get me. You shouldn't be able to be like, I don't know, like, you know, like in a movie, like where that, like someone's clinical psychology profile in like a folder. You open it up and then like the doctor opens it up and goes, okay, that's you. All right. I don't want that. I don't want someone to be able to just open me up on a folder and get me, even if they could. And I just don't think that they can do that. But even if they could, I wouldn't want that either because, like, no, bitch, I'm not a folder. You know? And if it's going to take you a little while to get what I'm doing, I'll wait. I'm patient. And if you're not patient, then you could leave. That's fine. But again, I guess when I think of that, there comes a point where people leave too quickly and then you go like, fuck, there's nobody to talk to now. Right? I guess, right? I feel like that's the case. I feel like that's the case. How do I burn everything? That's how I do it. What do I want to burn? Hold on. I'm gonna burn this part of the forest. Okay. Target valid, target invalid. Okay, hold on. But I want to spread this further, don't I? Don't I want to spread this further? Hold on. I fucked up. Should have did that. Okay, let's set it on fire now. There we go. You think you don't act like a philosophy major? No, no, no. I do, but like in some senses, in some sense of the word, I'm like the typical philosophy major in that I'm annoying and I ask too many questions and I'm a bit too rigorous in my reasoning and argumentation sometimes that it becomes off-putting. Oh, that went a little further than it should. But also, like, a lot of philosophy majors I know are either, like, they're tunneled into something and, like, that's their thing forever. And they feel very strongly about it and they will defend it till they die. I am not married to any ideas. I'm not, like, I'm okay with, not knowing things. Maybe that's the other thing. It's like I'm okay with a certain amount of just like I don't know, but I recognize that is I don't want to know nothing, and there's a balance you walk with that, and that balance is important. I recognize all those things, and I feel like the typical philosophy major or the average philosophy major or the common thread I found between philosophy majors I know is that people swing way too heavily in one side or the other. Of like, I need to know everything, or like, oh, it's okay, I don't really know anything. Knowing someone's major says a lot about the personality. No, it doesn't, because what if I tell you someone's a business major? Oh. This is the thing about bigotry. You create a space or area free of racism, sexism, and bigotry, but it finds its way into the space. It's the basis of the plot of the new. I've heard a lot about the new movie and how good it is, but I haven't had the time to watch it or the money to watch it. Not done that yet, but maybe when I do, I'll talk about it, I guess. Your sad, angry face. Yeah, or like if someone's like. Let me tell you, right? I'm thinking of a biology major right now. Okay, in your head. So just right now, a little exercise, right? In your head, I'm saying biology major. Think in your head who a biology major is, okay? Just imagine that person. I'm about to tell you who I'm thinking about, and I want you to tell me how close you were, like the person in your head, to the person in my head. Just by telling you their biology major, okay? Okay? Are you ready? Like, do you have that person in your head yet? Okay? You have that person? Good. The person I was thinking about was Northern Lion.
I am a wannabe biology major.
Okay, well, I wasn't thinking of you. Sorry. Sorry, maybe I wasn't thinking of you.
Do they drive a Mercedes with bad credit?
That would give, like, some profile of the person. Yeah, I think so.
The Doc OC lady from Into the Spider-Verse.
No. You know, you don't get anything from that. You don't learn anything. That was a second guess from understanding Cameron. Exactly. So you need to know, like, that's only because, like, this is a person I think about and talk about, like, a lot. Frequently enough, even just here, that you might think, okay, yeah, like it's either that. Someone else that's like that I've talked about before. But like it doesn't make any sense to think of this person as a biology major. And I don't want to be like, and I don't think I am, so I'm not worried about it. But like I'm not a philosophy major, and that's it. That's all you need to know about me, because that could mean anything. I will say something like philosophy, you have to like choose it. You have to choose that suffering. Like this isn't something imposed on you. They were kind of just like, oh, I'm not sure about, like, because a lot of, like, if you're a business major, right? If you're a business major, you're not like, there's nothing to know about you. Okay, like you did business in uni. Okay, fucking whatever. Like, so what? Like, nobody, like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, that doesn't tell me anything about you as a person. At all. You could be anyone. You could be any person. Frankly, you were probably just kind of confused and you were kind of directionless and you weren't sure what to do with your life, which is fine because most people at the age of like 18 shouldn't know what to do with the rest of their fucking life. It makes no sense to expect them to know that. But we do. So here we are. But if you are a philosophy major, then it's like you knowingly walked into the pit yourself. Like you knowingly shot yourself in the fucking foot. So you kind of have to be a little insane. In the same, like, and the difference between like a useless degree like philosophy versus a useless degree like English, like English literature or something, is when you do a useless degree like English literature, there's like a guise of it being useful, because like in your head you think of English and you think of like, oh, like at books, like, you know, you could be like maybe you could do something in like you could be like a teacher, or you could be a writer, or you can be like a librarian and like, you know, other things. Even though when you come out with that degree, it's like you can't do shit with it anyways because it's a fucking useless ass degree. But if like so I guess there is some identity difference, because with a philosophy degree it's like you knew it was useless. There's no illusion that it could be useful. There's no like, oh, but maybe, like, no. You know that is dead weight. You know you wasted all that fucking money and time and effort getting a degree that isn't going to mean shit and is actually going to make your employment prospects maybe worse. I don't know about worse, but like, you know, it's like that, and then maybe some like sociology is next. I don't know. Online's a business major? No, NL's a bio major. I said bio. I said bio major. I said imagine a bio major. I will simply stereotype you based on your major like a true intellectual. But like, the part of the reason why I do it in the first place, why I tell people I'm a philosophy major, is because like I'm playing with the idea of stereotypes. I am playing with the idea of like, okay, now that you have an image in your head, there is now a degree in which I can conform to that expectation, and a degree in which I can subvert that expectation. And because I'm familiar and acquainted with what you have in your mind, I can begin to work on it. Because I know what you're thinking when you think philosophy major, I can start by going like, haha, yeah, Plato. And then, as we get a little further, I can go like, Gargura is the platonic form of like a VTuber, of what it means to be a VTuber. You know, I could do that. Wanted to do philosophy but decided on fashion. Useless as well, but at least I can do art related stuff. Yeah, exactly. So it's like useless in like, there's like a 10% use case for fashion, I guess. But for that use case, that's a real thing. You can get a job as a designer. You can like, fashion is a field, like fashion and clothing and like retail are all kind of interconnected, and like, and has its own economy, like an industry, and it's something you can actually like, you know, dive into. There's no philosophy industry, and if there was, it'd be dead as fuck. Right? Like, make no mistakes and have no illusions. Labels are bad and wrong. Also, you philosophers are either failed poets or failed mathematicians. Yeah, but that's like the part. That's why it's a joke. It's funny because you're stereotyping, right? Like the labels are bad and wrong. But people, even in philosophy, love to do that. That's like, maybe that's what I'm like getting at today, is like I hate the idea of like systems and labels, because I feel like that removes the person from the equation. Because I'm not a set of numbers. I'm not like a set of beliefs. I'm not my pronouns. I'm not my gender identity. I'm not any one of those things, or any 2 or 3 of those things. I am an infinite number of every conceivable and then inconceivable thing, and I'm constantly expanding all the time. Like, I am Like, I am an ever morphing figure that will never remain constant. Even if I wanted to, and I don't. So I'm gonna make it a little like more difficult for people who do want me as that. And in that respect, I can see why you would be pissed off being called someone's comfort streamer. If that's the case, I see it. I see why. That's annoying. But because part of what I'm doing is I'm playing with those expectations. And I'm playing with ideas of comfort and discomfort. I don't mind it personally because it works for me. Like, it's exactly what I want. Like, you are it's like a trap. You are lulled into like a false sense of thinking you know what I'm about, but you don't. You actually have no goddamn clue. You won't even know where to begin. But the best part is, like, that's not something I'm gatekeeping away. It's something that's like, this is like a puzzle. This is like something to figure out and solve. And this is how I feel about myself as a person, but this is also how I feel about every person to ever exist. This is not exclusive to me. This is every person. And I think some people are for one reason or another hiding away their complexity and nuance in favor of a simple and easy to understand thing. And I think that's a waste. I think that's a waste. I think you should embrace your complexity as a human being. To be fair, that's what most degrees feel like at this point. True. At this point, fucking hell. Invis. How do I get this? Oh yeah, B. Bees, trees, bees, trees. Bees, trees. What do we need more wetland? That's what we need. That's enough. Okay, now we need a rock. Is it a calcifier? No. That's the thing.
Hey, guess who found time to watch this stream?
Hi, Zero. Fuck! That's not what I wanted. No! Sorry, welcome to the stream. Fuck. What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. There we go, that's what I wanted. Lost Major is just one light. Cameron, lost corners are unseen yet. We just had another label. Like, yeah, so it's like you keep putting labels, but then, and you keep trying to, like, categorically separate and, like, distinguish between things so you can organize it and profile. And I understand why there's the urge to do that. I'm not saying it's wrong to have the urge to do that. What I am saying is you should also counteract that urge with a degree of uncertainty and discomfort that allows you to embrace the actual complexities of this world. And you, not like, you know, not, when I'm talking about myself, I'm not talking about a male philosophy major, VTuber, fan of the Stanley Parable, HoloLive enjoyer. Like, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about the motherfucker standing right here. That's who I'm talking about. Who the fuck is that? I don't know. That's a great question. The question of identity is fascinating, but we must not let ourselves be too trapped into the question of identity and try to then build them little puzzle pieces and try to be like, okay, this is who I am. This is my exact profile. This is no. Just you, like, not like the you who is into these things exactly and every part of it, and here's what you don't like, and here's the complex, and here's like a comprehensive profile of how you psychologically react to certain situations and how we can predict your next movement. No, just you, the motherfucker there. Like, that's what we need to, we've lost touch. We have lost touch with you. I have lost you have lost touch with who, like, not who you are, but you have lost touch with the fact that you are you. Have you rant about pronouns? No, that's not. I'm not going like gender. Like, fuck that. I don't care. Your gender doesn't fucking matter to me. Like, because my gender doesn't matter to me, and gender as a concept really shouldn't matter to me because it's so. Okay. Here's my thing. I think, like, the only time. No, actually, no. I don't care. Actually, I don't actually ever care about like anyone's gender. Actually no, that's a lie. I do care. The only time I care is what it shows in my Google statistics when I click onto my analytics and it shows my viewership as, like, last I checked, like 80% male, which is not good. So that's when I care. That's when I'm like, all right, we got to get the men out of here. And we got to get more women. I don't know how we can get more women, but we need to get more women. That's when I care. But other than that, I don't care. I think like someone's like birth, like the sex they were assigned at birth is kind of important, but not to me. Like, it's not important to me. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like, I don't want to know. But what it is important, because when you go to your doctor for a checkup, that is relevant information that can help them process what to do with you next. That's like,
I wish it was only 80%. It was 87% male.
Was it? Okay, it's 81 now. It's like 81.6 now. We're like creeping a little closer. We're 81% male. We need more women. Women rise up. It's true. It's true. And I know 40% of you are like from the US. Like, if you are American, for example, I don't care that you're American. You know what I do care about? I care that, like, I care to the extent that, like, okay, I know what your schedule is for when you, like, get off of, like, work or school or whatever. You can watch a live stream. That's like the extent that aspect of your identity matters to me. But it's not because, like, your identity is uninteresting. It's because your identity is more interesting than these things. I feel like it's not because labels. I don't think labels are bad because they help us. They make it an easier process to understand ourselves. I think labels are bad because we, as human beings, oftentimes fall into the trap that is hailing the labels as the new god. Like we let the labels define us instead of the other way around.
Matter, because membership costs more in America and EU, thus affecting your cut. LOL.
Okay, yeah, that would matter too, I guess. Because you need to, like, get a grip on yourself, not as the tags and things and labels of who you are and how you vote and your political indifferences, or like your MBTI or your IQ or your fucking, like, degree or whatever. That shit doesn't matter as much as you, the motherfucker sitting there right now. Like, that matters a lot more because you exist and you desire things, but you shouldn't let your desires control you. And you, like, am I making any sense? I'm not making any sense. I feel like I lost everyone 30 minutes ago. I'm just gonna read this. In the final phase, recycle your buildings to build airship. Pound locks will help your recycling drone traverse cliffs. Satisfying animals' needs will encourage them to preserve the ecosystem where we live. Okay. I need more animals. I'm not satisfying enough animals. Is that satisfying animals? I don't think so. Real boomer Corey, a real gamer pill, a real femcel. None of these words mean anything. Like, words don't, like, I was gonna say they're made up, but all words are made up. But it's like those words don't mean anything anymore, man. I think that even if we assume ourselves to be complex, we really aren't. We as people are easy to label ourselves and come to an understanding. I think that is, my disagreement is that it's not that we're not, it's not that we are, okay. there's a low floor to understanding a human being and a very high ceiling. Okay? The floor is very low. The basic is like everyone wants to be heard, everyone wants to be validated, everyone wants to be understood, everyone wants to be well fed, everyone wants to not have to immediately fret over dying. Everyone has some sort of expression, like some sort of like urge to express themselves as a human being. That's like all, generally speaking, universal claims you can make about human beings without being too controversial. Now, if you're a philosopher, you can say no to each and every one of them and be an annoying asshole and like make me read through your 500 pages wall of text that like doesn't mean anything except, you know, make you feel smarter about yourself. You could do that, but like, you know, the floor is there. The floor is super easy to understand every person. Everyone wants to be seen and heard. Everyone wants to feel validated. Everyone wants some amount of control and influence in their life. They want to feel useful. They want to feel impactful. People respond strongly to trauma. Most people respond well to kindness, but if they don't, it might be because of a bad experience they've had and that they're being defensive about it. And the key is not to stop the kindness. The key is to adapt that kindness into a different method. And that's why that's why men open up differently than women, for example. And we can like trace it all down. But like the core of it is very simple to understand. But the ceiling is insanely is impossible to get. And I think rather than when we try to see ourselves as individuals, rather than just think about what makes us similar, I think we also have to think about what makes us different. And I think that there's a balance between the two that needs to happen. And right now it leans way too far, I think, at least in the environment and community and culture that I'm in. The differences matter too much. People are way too hostile towards differences right now, I think. In my observation. Am I actually building a case file on me? I don't know who Yoshi is. But maybe. Get where you're coming from, but it doesn't matter. But it does matter in the way that people treat you differently based on what labels you have. It does, yeah, no. So what I'm saying is like, this is not like you need to stop. I'm saying we need to work on this. We need to think about this. Because if we don't think about this, we are inching closer and closer to like the eventual homogenization of everything, and like make it easy.
Sometimes
and we make
the
it easier for the systems to categorize and label us, and that removes the human from your humanity. That removes like that removes you from you, and you cannot be removed from you. You need to stay in that motherfucker, okay? Like AO3 tags, the tags are there so you don't read something, you know, you just like are being comfortable. Yes, so I know why they're there, and I agree that they're like, it feels good to have those tags there. But if we were to use this example, I'm saying you gotta like, you gotta read some shit that makes you uncomfortable a little bit, and then go like, oh, I don't like that. Here's why. Oh, and I think that's why I don't like that. I'm gonna stay away from that.
What a nice stream of chairman fighting chat.
I'm always fighting you guys, I think. I think the most united I have ever been with people talking in live chat is like when someone really, it's like when something or someone particularly awful shows up and we can all kind of direct our attention towards that. That's when that happens. We gotta recycle now. How do we recycle? That's how we recycle. I love recycling. It feels so good to recycle here. And then when I recycle in real life, it sucks, and I don't know which thing goes into which bag. Chairman says abolish gender. Honestly, kind of true. I fucking don't want to. I don't want to think about gender anymore. I'm so tired of thinking about gender. Fuck gender, man. Fucking bullshit concepts that try to put people into little boxes. Like, it shouldn't. The only time we should ever make, like, we should out of necessity make a binary, like, distinction among humans, by the way. Among animals, like, you know, what, fucking do whatever you want. I don't care. Like, they're animals. They're like you can feel free to tag and label like the beavers all you want. I don't give a shit. In fact, I think it's actually good that you do that for scientific clarity, because ultimately they're animals and like we're better than them. They can all eat shit. But like the only time we should even make like binary distinctions in the human race is like when your doctor is concerned. And if it's not that, it's like, what does it matter? Makes no bloody sense. Oh, that captures everything, doesn't it? Oh, lovely. Oh, how lovely. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. Camera's pan then? I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe. I've thought about it. Am I pan? Probably not. Because I'm like a bigger fan. I'm a much bigger fan of women than I am men in general. If you're talking about like the average person I've met. But if you're talking about, but like at the same time, it's like, okay, here's the thing. I know just as many wonderful, brilliant men as I know wonderful, brilliant women. But I know a lot more shitty men than I know a lot more shitty women. So I'm probably not pan, I guess. I don't know. Does it matter? I don't think it matters. I think the labeling in itself is human. People on community can come understand. Yes, that's true. It is human. But I think that aspect is being overemphasized. I think we shouldn't eliminate it. I think eliminating it makes no sense, and we shouldn't do that. But I think we are doing too much of it. I think we're doing too much labeling. I think we shouldn't get rid of all the labeling, but we should do it a little less. We should have some shit be mysterious and difficult to understand. I think that's what we should be doing. Single-handedly abolishing gender. Real. Fuck that shit. I don't want to deal with it anymore. Fucking annoying. Because it's like, what does it help? What do you figure out better with that? You don't figure out anything better with that. You learn nothing from someone telling you I'm like, you know, a guy. Well, no, okay, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. You do learn something, but what you learn is like what has been, like, is perpetuated by the existence of these labels in the first place. So if someone, like, for example, if someone goes like, I'm like a, I don't know, they go like, I'm a carb-pilled bread cell. Like, I don't know, I don't learn what the fuck that means, because like, the words aren't real words to me. But what I can understand is like, this person uses too many labels. I can learn that about them. Okay? In the same way that if someone feels very strongly about like a certain part of their identity, particularly their like sexual orientation, then you can kind of like, particularly if they're like, you know, het, then you can kind of surmise that there's like a little bit of like, they feel they're too stubborn about this to not have any second guesses. I like to think I don't trigger you too much. Sorry, I don't know what you're responding to. I don't know what the context is. You need to watch Trolls 2 World Tour. That sounds completely unrelated to what I'm talking about. Trolls 2 World Tour. Oh fuck, what is that? Why are you telling me to watch that? Is it 6.1 out of 10 on IMDb? Okay. When Queen Barb of the Rock Tribe decides to destroy all other genres of music by stealing their techno strings and bringing them under her rule, Queen Poppy sets out to thwart her evil plans. No, okay. We shouldn't destroy labels in general, but I think it's just we're labeling humans a bit too much. You can label music as much as you want. You can do that. You can do that. But yeah. It's fine. How do you feel about young people using slop for anything? For example, someone called repo friend slop. What the fuck is friend slop? What? What? What the fuck does that mean? What? What is friend slop? What are you... What? What the fuck? Friend slop is games you play with your friends. Why is it what makes it sloppish? It's like phasmophobia or lethal company. It's a stupid term. It is stupid, but like, what does it mean? I was just... Should I tell you this? I guess I could tell you this. I was playing Repo earlier today with some friends. It was fun. It was fun. It was so fun. I really want to stream Repo. The problem is like I don't have enough VTuber friends to guarantee that I don't like... No, sorry. I don't have enough VTuber friends to play it on stream. Because if I play with my IRL friends, I'm gonna get lost. Because one of them is gonna slip up and call me by my government name and it's fucking over from there. Not because like that'll, you know, point you to my house, but because I really don't want you to know anything about me beyond what I say on stream. Why doesn't it fit? Oh man, okay. Okay, I gotta blast the hole through it. Alright, let's do that. Shit, I already recycled everything. I'm an idiot. No, 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 no. Okay, we can rebuild. Is that enough? Let's do it here. I'm gonna do it here. Okay. I'm seriously recommending it. I love the Trolls trilogy. It's a kids movie that discusses labels and differences and how they're both helpful for trolls and they embody a type of music genre. That is okay. That is very relevant. I don't like that it is. You hit me with the go watch Trolls 2 because like that is kind of real, but I don't want to watch something called Trolls 2. I really don't. I don't know why. I don't know why I really don't want to watch something. I don't want to watch a film called Trolls, but maybe it's. I mean, I don't know. Stream with chat, just saying no, I can't because like it's not like. No. No. Repo is fun. Repo is very fun though.
Are you labeling Trolls too?
Not labeling it, I'm ignoring it. I'm ignoring Trolls 2. Even though I have no good reason to ignore it. I have no good reason. There's no good reason for me to do it. I am discriminating on it. I'm discriminating against it purely based on its name. super satisfying. It is. I do like the recycle portion of the game. It's so cool. God damn.
He approves of discrimination but not labeling.
It's not what I mean. I will tell you this. I have in mind what I want to do next month. The week I was gone, because I really, like, admittedly enjoy streaming a bit too much for how mediocre I am at it. But I really enjoy it. And in that time, I've spent thinking about what the fuck to do next month. Next month is going to be the 1-year anniversary of Charis Euphranor. And I was like, I want to do something really funny. Or at least something like interesting. But I don't know what. I figured it out now. I know what I want to do. I know exactly, not exactly, but I have the theme in mind. I've got some things lined up, and I know how to execute on it. Now, like I've lined up the outline, like the skeleton of it. Now I just gotta fill it in with the flesh. I just gotta fill it in everything, and it's gonna be really, it's gonna work. No, and I'm not doing it ASMR. No, not fuck that. No, I'm not doing it. What are you talking about? No. I'm not doing that until 1,000. That's the rule. That's the law. I will literally, like, it wouldn't make sense for me to give you the thing that, like, it would undermine your efforts and patience if I gave you the thing I promised I would give you later. Like, it wouldn't make any sense. It would be undermining. What are you gonna do? I'll tell you one thing. The prelude to it is, hopefully, if I can get this done in time. I think I can, because I'm a bit more free now that I've finished my station. I got that out of the way. I've got more time on my hands. I will make a short teaser trailer video, probably like a minute long, 30 seconds. And that is going to be the unveiling of, like, the theme of the month. I can tell you that that's coming, and hopefully, probably by the end of this month, I'll have that done. So, like, around early June. Like, maybe, like, end of May or early June, you'll see that. And then everything after that is kind of a surprise-ish. Not really surprise, but, like, you know, it'll all fall into place. The moment you see the theme, it'll all fall into place. You'll get it. You will get it instantly. It's been a year already. Can we call you Unk now? I'm 60, so you'd have to call me Gramps, and you'd have to show the respect and kowtow and, like, and pour tea for me. That's what you have to do. What made you decide to become a VTuber? Was it Gargura and Hall Live English? No, it was many things. Because I could not have ever decided to do something as dumb as be a VTuber streamer, especially as, like, a guy. Because I'm not a cute anime girl. There's already 3-4 debuffs in place because of that. But, like,
what about Grunt Grandpa plus UNC?
I kind of like that. I don't mind Grunk, yeah. Yeah, I don't mind that. It's a good contribution, Lucy. Thank you. It's a combination of many factors. Because if it were just 1 or 2, I wouldn't be doing this shit. It would make no goddamn sense. Let's appreciate the... That's not very good, but let's appreciate it anyways, I guess. It was not Gargura, it was actually Amelia Watson, I think, is one of the big motivators. Watson Amelia from Hololive English is one of the big, like, holy shit, yeah, I think I want to do that. Why, like, VTubing specifically. But content creation in general, though, I was motivated by things a lot earlier. I can tell you one of those things was that this was on multiple occasions. So it wasn't just, if it was just once, I would have, like, whatever, thrown it away and not remembered it. But it was a compliment from, like, a teacher I had, like, many, many years ago. So because I'm 60 now. So you can think, like, maybe I was, like, 45 years ago, right? I had a teacher, and, the teacher had seen my work, not just for things like presentations, but also for things like, you know, school performances and whatnot. And on every occasion, not just like on multiple, but like on every occasion where he would be there to like witness something I did, he'd always go like, Charis, you have such a wonderful voice, and I cannot let you waste it. You've got to do like radio. You have to do something. You have to get into media. Like, you have to do something to not waste this. Because if you go into, like, you know, whatever I was planning to go on, I don't know what the hell I was going to, but, like, you know, it was like, if you get into something that doesn't utilize these talents, I will be incredibly disappointed. And he said that many, many times. And I was like, oh, fuck. Okay, I think I get it. I think you're right. I think I'm going to work on this. I think I'm going to, like, not waste my talents and gifts, I suppose. That's the way to put it. Because at the time, and I still do right now, have trouble accepting what it is that I'm particularly good at that is not a honed and iron skill I have. And even if it is, I tend to not think that way. Because I think it's not very helpful to think of what I'm good at. I think it's more helpful to think what I want to be good at. This is never like, oh, I'm good, or like I am this, or I'm like, I am insert thing here. It's always better for me, at least, in every way, to go like, I aspire to be better at talking, maybe. I aspire to be better at reading things at a quicker pace. I aspire to improve my literacy. I aspire to be more clear in my thoughts. This aspiration, this movement forward, this drive to become not like better in the sense of like, oh, I'm more efficient or I make more money. No, not that. Because there's like a huge like growth mindset, self-help guru thing that's like, just keep on the grind and struggle. No, that's not what I mean. But like, I want to be more of myself with every waking moment. Not like a better self. You can say that it's better, but like, I don't really like the word better because that means that in my youth I was worse, and I don't really think that way. Or at least I try not to think that way. It's much more preferable for me to tell myself what I want to be rather than what I am. What the fuck was I talking about? What did I say? My first time being here, you guys show. Oh, great. This is your first time here, Amari. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. I don't do anything interesting. I play video games and I read sometimes on stream. And then I'll get into an unrelated discussion and topic and completely forget where I was coming from, like right now. I remember now, someone was asking me what made me want to be a VTuber. So that's one of the things that stuck with me just for why I wanted to do content creation. But for a long time I was held back by myself because I'm my worst own enemy. My own worst enemy for sure. I have this like I do suffer from like the quote unquote perfectionist mindset of like, this thing needs to be perfect or else I'm not shipping it. Like, it's not going to see the light of day unless it's literally, like, flawless. And the fact of the matter is, you cannot make things that are flawless. It is just not possible, and especially if you don't have much experience in the thing. So, one of the ways I wanted to counteract that, like, perfectionism I had, and that made it so that I became stagnant and I wasn't doing as much as I could be doing. Again, not in a quantifiable, like, measured, like, success way, but in, like, just I feel not good. Like, I feel like I don't feel as satisfied as I am with my own creative output. I decided that streaming would be a good idea because it would force me to have to bear the weight of everything I say now being thrown out into the ether. And I have very little power in controlling what comes out and what doesn't. That's why I wanted to be a VTuber, and specifically a VTuber who streams stuff. Because you can be a VTuber and, like, watch and, like, make video essays or, like, do ASMR content, but I wanted to be the type of VTuber that would have to engage with things I was normally weak at. I thought that would be good. Are you planning to watch Thunderbolts? I kind of am. I really want to. Maybe I'll watch it. Like, if it doesn't go down in a month, I think a friend of mine is visiting next month. They're gonna be in town, so if Thunderbolts is still in theaters in like a month, I might just go watch it. Because I can't go to the theater alone, man. I can't go to the theater alone. I can't go to restaurants alone. And a lot of people I do know are like not around at the moment or like kind of busy. You're talking about the one gorilla versus 100 guys hypothetical. Oh shit, I do want to talk about that though. You're talking about what you have planned for May. No, I wasn't. No, I did briefly talk about what I had planned for May though. But all I wanted to say was I'll show you the teaser towards the end of the month, but right now I gotta cook it. But I went from like, oh, I don't know, I guess I'll cook something. So now I know the theme of it. I know the outline for the whole month even. I know what we can do to make it fun and interesting. Is Thunderbolts the new Marvel movie? Yeah, it is. There's a new Marvel movie that came out that I know every Marvel movie that's come out, people are gonna say like, wow, it's really good. Actually, no, that's not the case anymore, because post Endgame we've been a lot more cynical about the quality of releases. But Thunderbolts is actually one of the genuinely rare, like, Marvel came out with something and people didn't hate it. Like, people were like, you know what, it's actually not bad. Like, it's not fantastic, but it's got like heart, and it's actually a film like you don't feel frustrated watching. Like, oh wow, that's a high. Like, that's a generous compliment for the current state of the MCU, right? I've seen Sinners. It's probably where I'm at, but I don't know if it interests you. I'm very interested in watching Sinners. If I have to choose between watching either of these movies, I'm 100% watching Sinners first. And then maybe I'll watch Thunderbolts after. But like, if right now I want to watch both of them actually. I need to watch Sinners before like all of my favorite video essay YouTubers start breaking it down and talking about it, and then those like videos show up in my thumbnail in my feed, and I go like, and I see, and something in the thumbnail spoils it for me. And, fuck no, I wanted to watch the movie, but I can't. I wasn't given enough time. But like also like, shit's expensive, and I don't know if I want to deal with that. In my Marvel obsession, I've been drawing a lot of the characters. Nice. Was it triggered by Thunderbolts, or was it like Marvel Rivals or something? Terra did a member for 1 month. I fucked up. What is that? Isn't that like the month? Isn't that like the monthly, like, doesn't every member get like a free, like a highlighted message like every month? And then you can choose to use it however you want. And did you just use it just now? Been avoiding sinner spoilers like the plague. Me too. Like, now that I'm talking about it, my phone is gonna and my microphone is gonna hear me saying these words, and who does it? Google? Google's gonna like log my interest of the movie Sinners and then start showing me ads for it everywhere. Or like I'm gonna get a YouTube video that pops up telling me 50 Easter eggs I missed in the movie, and then the thumbnail is like a huge like Act 3 spoiler. So I think it's just gonna make it harder for me. Is what I'm trying to say by acknowledging it. But it is what it is. It's weird that you even have to think that way, or I think that way at least, because like I don't even like, if I'm obsessed with something and I want, or like I hear about something and I'm really interested in seeing it further without any spoilers, I can't even type it into Google. I can't look anything up. I can't let my YouTube algorithm know. I can't let my any algorithms know, really. And sometimes I can't even talk about it. I can't even talk about it in my own room, in like my own house, not because like my phones and my fucking machines are all tapped into hearing what I'm saying. And this is not my old man paranoia. This isn't me, you know, as a 60-year-old guy shaking my fist to the sky going like, this damn technology, curse you, Mark Zuckerberg. That's not that, like, it's not that. They're literally
I keep going
tapping.
to theaters to watch it and it gets better each time, TBH.
Is even better? Well, fuck, I gotta watch now. And I need to watch it as well so I can talk about it, because if I don't watch it, I can't talk about it. And I love talking about things after I watch them. I really want to do that, but I haven't watched it yet. Fuck. God damn it. Marvel Rivals, and I got a Disney subscription, so I'm watching everything too. Oh, cool. You're watching everything on Disney. If you haven't already, please watch Loki. Like, I know it's popular to shit on Marvel things, even as a Marvel fan, and I've been doing that too. I'm not exempt from that, but if there's one Marvel thing, I will shill to the end of, to the heat death of the universe. It's season 1 and season 2 of Loki. I love it so fucking much. I don't think it's the best show ever. I don't think it's the best show made ever. I don't even know if it was the best show of like the year it came out. Actually, I don't know. It had a lot of competition, but it's certainly incredible by like modern Marvel standards. And in my opinion, at least, I enjoyed it. There are only 2 or 3 Marvel properties I enjoyed more than Loki season 1 and 2. I think that would be Guardians of the Galaxy. I guess you can group all of them, the trilogy, into one. And like maybe like Avengers Infinity War Endgame. Like the 2 in a package. Other than those 2 things, I have not enjoyed anything from Marvel nearly as much. And the other 2 are kind of like community. Well, okay, the Guardians thing is like, it's just because I love the Guardians movie so much, but the Avengers enjoyment is, a lot of it is just community and hype. It is a lot like just cheering on with the lads, going to the theater, and then like afterwards hanging out at McDonald's talking about everything, and it being like a whole fucking event when it happened. But yeah. But other than that, like, I've not enjoyed anything nearly as much. We should have a movie night in Discord. I was gonna say like absolutely not because of copyright, but then I was like, actually wait. If I don't stream it and I just make it a thing on the Discord, there is no copyrights. We could do that. But like, do I want to do that? And then I have to like stream the movie. Like everyone watches it. I don't know. Yeah, I'll think about it, but probably not. Remember if it was sending a marked message and I accidentally sent it blank. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That was what that was. You had a 1 month message to send and you said nothing. Well done. Watch season 1. Okay, sorry. Let me click on another map. Desolate Island. Before I like continue talking. Watch season 1. Still need to season 2. Finally watch Infinity War. Back watching all of them. A lot of the pre-Infinity War ones weren't terrible. They were fairly enjoyable. Most of them were all right. I don't think most of them were not like not fantastic. They were fine, but they wouldn't make you want to like roll your eyes and tear them out. I think most of them. Actually, some of them make you want to do that. Going back, thinking about it again. Your boomer side is showing. I'm 60 years old. I can't help it. Favorite is Deadpool Wolverine. Watched it 4 times in theater when it came out. I liked it. I don't know if I loved it though, because I do think there was a part of Deadpool Wolverine that I felt was like they're acknowledging you're gonna do it till you're 90. Yeah, we're gonna bring it back, and like we're gonna bring Hugh Jackman back as Wolverine. Let's go. We love Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, even though it undermines a lot of the tension of the endings of the previous films. Which, in fairness, I think the film, like Deadpool Wolverine, not only addresses as like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, like gag joke. They're gonna just Hugh Jackman's gonna play the character forever, but they also do like.
WO group date ///////
The fuck did you read? Oh, that's what you read. Okay, parrot. That's not what that says. It's not slash. Not multiple slashes. It's like a. That's like an emoticon or something. It's what the kids do to show. It's like before emojis. It's actually no. It's not maybe not the kids. Now they're like teenagers now. I don't know. Teenagers use certain symbols on their keyboards and character inputs to create faces. They're like the emojis of the early internet era. Don't read it as ////. Anyways, you'll need to begin by cleaning the surrounding oceans and reintroducing plant life. Toxin scrubbers are integral as they clean both land and sea. Both greater and clean ocean contribute towards your goal. Climate manipulation is possible from the outset here. Okay. Clean oceans, alright. You're not partnered on Discord, so you're fine. You can get partnered on Discord? What? I know that. You're slowly getting entrapped into interaction with the Discord. I am, and I don't like it. You guys are like constantly bugging me to go on the Discord that I made. That I made, by the way. Oh. Wait, does this like clean the ocean? Oh, whoa, that's nice. That's pretty. Okay. Okay. We can do that. We can do that. Yeah. Yep. All right. Okay. What is that? Mineralizer. Crystallizes the salt in ocean water to create rock. Ooh. Oh. Makes rock that you can put... Okay. If I do this... Can I do this? And then can I do this? I can't do that. Fuck. Oh, never mind. Can I could do this. Close enough. Okay. Even if you don't join us, I think it'd be fun. I think, like, you guys should organize your own movie night. You should have fun with that. What the hell? Can someone tell me again, like, the other day, what happened on Discord in, like, a bit more detail? So, so, you know, I've been busy, like, dying, doing my own, like, figuring out my own shit. And then, like, I click into Discord today or yesterday? I forgot when exactly. And I see, like
WDYM.
as usual, I see it like a ton of shit that I'm not reading all that. And then I see in like in the general tab, some people are going like, all right, hold on, I'll be there in a little bit. I'll be there in 5 minutes. And then like, I see like Gartic phone links, so I know that's what was going on. Like, what happened? You like organized like an event? Why did you do, was there like an occasion? Were you all just kind of hanging out? I'm not asking because like, I'm not asking for any reason other than like, I think I'm too old to understand what's going on, I guess.
Some of us got on a Discord call and played Gartic phone for 2 hours.
Okay. Why did you do that?
JS felt like it, I'm pretty sure.
Is that like a weird question to ask? Like, why did you do that?
It was really fun.
I'm happy you guys had fun with that. I'm happy you guys had fun. You know what? I'm gonna be real with you. I'm surprised you had fun. I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised pleasantly that that was an enjoyable experience and it wasn't just kind of weird and awkward. I guess. Because you are not gonna catch me talking to someone I don't know beforehand online, man. Maybe I've got things in me I gotta work out, okay? Like, I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. Just organize. Yeah, okay. We just did it because we wanted to meet and hang out with each other. That's good, I think. Yeah, that's nice. I don't know what else to say other than like, that's nice. Oh, okay. I didn't like. I'm just like trying. I'm just struggling to comprehend what that means. From my like understanding of like online social interaction. But sure, that's fine. We should add everyone next time we have a call. Don't add everyone, I think. I don't know. You do what you want, actually. If someone gets annoyed, they can turn it off. You should add people who are here, maybe? I don't know. Surprise people socialize willingly. Honestly, I am. Like, I couldn't be me, man. Yeah, it's a lot of particles. My audio is stuttering. I think this was the first game I played on my machine right now that I'm using. I don't remember it being this bad though, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, there's like no way to make it go easier on my computer, so never mind. What's troubling you about it? There's like nothing troubling about it. It's just I didn't expect it to happen. But it's like good. I didn't expect that people okay, I expected that if I made a Discord, people would want to join the Discord and maybe they would just send shit around. Like, I guess that's what I could expect. I didn't expect that you guys would hang out with each other without it like without me having to be there. And I like that that's the case. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like, don't get it twisted. I am not like, I don't wish for it to not be the case. I'm very happy that that's the case. I'm just confused because I just didn't think that'd be possible. I didn't think that's something that happens in like, I didn't think that's something that would happen in my Discord. Maybe that's the way to put it. It's weird in a good way. But like, you guys like each other enough to like go and do that. So most Discords have a separate role for that, so they're really only ping specific people. I have yet to set up the role bots to do that because I hate setting up the robots to do that. So I should. I'm about to get 3 messages that are gonna tell me to put the damn robots in, and like I'll do that. I'll get to it. Just let me get. I'll do it. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. It's like what we do here, but verbally. Yeah, but it's like, but it being verbal makes it very different, isn't it? I don't know. Like, I'll talk on like a message board, but I would not like say things to strangers on a message board. I think, I don't know. I would feel weird talking to you guys on Discord. That would make me feel weird. I don't know why, because you're just kind of, it's just the same thing here, except like I hear you now, but like I don't know. It would freak me out, I think. How do we get more clean water? Or is it like the mineralizer? Do that here. Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, nice. You should be proud something like this happened in your Discord. I think I am, but like I don't know if proud is the right word because I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. I was away. I was absent. I was AFK. Like I have nothing to take credit for. It just, but except maybe I enabled the environment for it to happen in the first place. I'm happy that you guys don't. Like, I'm happy that you guys all enjoy each other's presence. Because that, I feel like, takes a little bit of a weight off my shoulders in a way.
You facilitated an audience that takes the initiative to talk to each other and plan event together.
Yeah, that's fucking weird. Like, that's, you know what, that's, you know what, that's it. That's the, thank you for, like, articulating it that way. I find it weird. Because I would never do that. If I were if I were watching myself, I don't know, okay, sorry. If I were in a Discord, like, yeah, I would never do that. I would, I would lurk forever, and I would not say anything to anyone forever. That's what I would do. So the fact that you guys are not doing what I would do is interesting, but it's good. I recognize that this isn't a, like, I recognize that this is good. I'm not under any, I don't suffer any delusion and think that I am like, that my attitude of not wanting to engage and talk to anyone is normal. I think that is fucked up. I think there's something to be addressed there. It's just weird that that's kind of like not an issue at all here. I don't know. You won't even say hello every once in a while. I'll like, if there's really good fan art, I'll like I'll react to it, and then I might reply to it. It happens. Victor made something really, really fucking cool. Like something. Victor made like a ton of things. It's crazy how much you've drawn, Victor, in like the Discord. There's so much like cool stuff. I get to like open up the Discord to it. Because I'm certainly not opening it up to like listen to like read what you guys are talking to each other. I don't care. Maybe I should. Like I feel like I should care, but like I don't. Sandbank. Oh, son of a bitch. Hold on, I gotta do the windmill somewhere. I gotta do the mineralizer. And I gotta do this. Okay. Okay. I'm a little self-conscious about my voice, but everyone was so nice and welcoming and more talkative than usual. That's nice. That's great. I'm glad you had that experience. I still think it's weird, but I'm like, not like you're weird, but like that is weird. Like you're all weird to some extent, but that's not what I'm concerned with. That's not what I'm surprised by. Charis Euphranor discovers online interaction. Yeah, because like back in my day, online interaction was hopping into a lobby on Counter-Strike and then hearing all the slurs that everyone was typing to each other, and then maybe the person who said the funniest thing, you would add them on like Steam. Oh, how do I make more stone? I do that here. Oh, okay. Does it scare you? No, it just it makes me reevaluate previous things I would think about, I guess. We're hitting you with hammers into the VC. Next week we'll be experiencing Superliminal for our first time. How does that sound? What do you mean you'll be experiencing Superliminal? Like, is someone gonna play Superliminal? Are you all gonna play Superliminal? Is someone gonna stream in my Discord? Is someone gonna step in for me? So I'm not even gonna be the motherfucker streaming now. It's just gonna be someone. One of you motherfuckers is gonna stream in my place, so I don't have to stream daily. That actually sounds. That sounds like a good plan, yeah. You definitely helped with the art as well. Thank you for being drawable. Thank you for making all the art. It's fucking fantastic. So nice to look at. You can take my job.
You're being replaced slowly.
You can take it. That's fine. Yeah, job in scare quotes. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm not. It's not. I'm not even making that much. Like I'm not making any money from this. So you're not taking anything. If anything, you're taking away my worry. Like, oh shit, I gotta stream, or else people are gonna be like, "Where's the stream?" And I go, like, I don't know. I haven't made one yet. Sorry, I'll do it soon. Becoming a VTuber and setting all your community, actually, I feel like you would do pretty well at that. Like, I don't think it'd be too hard. I don't think it's that much of a challenge. There's not that many of you here that would make it like too difficult, I surmise. Parrot retaliation. Parrot's got fucking nothing going on for him. Parrot's a bum. Even more than I am. How do I make it so that it... Maybe this. Yeah, okay. As you were watching live, beg to differ. That's good. Is there? Oh shit, there are. Because you're all like getting out of work and school, right? Yes. Or like uni. Probably work. I think according to my stats, like over half of you are over the age of 30. I think. Actually. And you're all just kind of like hanging out. You're not really saying anything, I think most of you. So okay. 45% 18 to 24. 25% 25 to 34. 28% 35 to 44. You're all like people with responsibilities and employment. Probably. Mostly. To some of you. And the people in chat, I think, are skewed to a specific demographic of people who have a lot of time on their hands to fit. Again with the stats? I'm sorry, I can't help it. I love stats. But, like, I talk about it too much. I can't help it. It's a bad habit. Thank you for calling me on it, though. Thank you for calling me on this. I need, like, it needs to be ironed out of me. I can't stop talking about it. I love talking about stats, man. I'm obsessed. Ooh, that's nice. That feels good. Another turbine. Put one here. Put one here. Guess it's close enough. Okay. We're not covering everything, but we're covering most things. Can I set like an island here? How do I do that again? Clean water. In order to get clean water, I need to... Okay. Do this. Do this. Wait, what? Why can't I put it here? Okay, I don't get it anymore. I thought I understood it. I don't understand it, actually. Okay, now we do the... There we go. You know people lie, right? Yeah, but like that many... Those stats, but can't change demographics. I'm working on it. I'm working on the fucking reading the whole second sex. Like, do you know how long that book is? How long is the book again? $873 pages, motherfucker. What? What? I should not be doing this now. I honestly should be doing, because there's like so many parts. There's 2 volumes. Is it 2? There's 2 volumes. There's volume 1, Facts and Myths, and then there's volume 2, Lived Experience. And I'm gonna be real with you. In my own personal readings, I've only gone through like the introduction and like maybe half of Facts and Myths. I've not even touched Lived Experience yet. And I know that shit's gonna be longer. I know that shit's gonna be longer than the first part, okay? I know that's right. And then you're gonna say, do the ASMR, and I'm gonna tell you, and then we're gonna go back in this like back and forth where I go like, no, I can't do that. I promised I'd do it later. And it's just like, this is the human experience. This is like the fucking, this is the push and pull, the back and forth, the tug. It's never ending. It's a cycle. We are trapped. I'm trapped. We're all in this. We exist and we have to bear existence in front of us. It's fucking weird, isn't it? It's fucked up. It's wetland. Ooh, wetland. Nice. Whoa. That feels illegal. That does look really nice, though. Man, that is so fucking... we allowed to mention that one monetization idea from the unarchived stream? Yeah, you can say anything from the unarchived stream I did the other day. I just unarchived it because like I didn't want it to be thrown into the like I don't want you to hear me eating for like 40 minutes, okay? That's the main reason. Honestly, other than the first 40 minutes of like I'm just chewing, like I don't actually mind anyone hearing the rest of the stream at all. I guess. I think. I don't know. Be sensible about it. But if you're talking about like the idea I floated where I was like, what if I did a Patreon where I read like where people could read books? People could tell me to read certain things and I would make like an audio recording reading of it. So it's like it's kind of like an audio book but shittier. If you're talking about that, then I thought about it again afterwards, after the stream. And I was like, I don't think people
When
will
is
pay
the
for that.
Patreon coming into fruition?
I gotta, when is it coming to fruition? It's gonna probably come next month, because before I do it, I'm gonna have to like think really hard about what it should look like originally. Mario was, oh shit! Thank you for joining member, Mario. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You will find an assortment of emotes you will now have access to. You can spam them all you want. I don't really have a rule against spam.
Welcome Amari.
Because YouTube automod is stricter than what I am. Than like how YouTube automod is stricter than how strict I would be, honestly. So if you don't get caught by the fucking automod, then you're probably fine. And other than that, that's it. There's nothing else because I didn't want to paywall anything. This is fertile land. Okay, so we can do this. I want to talk about the Gargura thing a little bit, and I also want to talk about the 100 gorillas. Which one should I talk about first? Can we get like a... I'm gonna get a poll going. I'm gonna talk about both, but like Gargura gorillas. Which to talk about first? I will talk about... Okay, I started a poll. Discord? So you don't get access to the Discord by joining membership. You get... Okay, I'll tell you. I'm only gonna tell you. I'm telling nobody else this, okay? So everyone else, close your ears. Everyone else, this is a secret. Everyone else should close your ears, okay? I'm gonna only tell you, Amari, that you don't get access to the Discord by joining membership. Because I don't want to paywall. Again, because I don't want to paywall things. The only reason I have it in the first place is because I want emotes. That's it. But the way you get access to the Discord is that you have to ask for it. You have to ask what you have to do is you have to ask for the Discord link, and then I will make a link, and I will link the link in in like the fucking stream. That's it. Or you alternatively, you have to wait for someone else to say to ask for the link. In which case, Zero did that earlier as well, even though Zero's already on the Discord. You have to wait till someone else asks for the link, and then I will put the link there as well. But I'm not going to put it on my descriptions. I'm not going to put it in my channel links. I'm not going to put it on a YouTube post, at least not yet. Maybe in the future I will, but for now, no. Because I want to make things harder, and I hate when things are easy. I want people to work a little bit to get what they want. Oh god, what the hell's going on in the server? I haven't checked in like 3 hours, whatever. How do I make a link again? Give me one moment. You're gonna give me one moment. Fire after never maximum. Okay. It will never expire. I think. How do I put it in my thing? Okay, here's how I put it in my thing. May I have the Discord link? Yes, you may. Someone's already asked, so I was just pulling it up.
https://discord.gg/mt57cztt.
He wants it, but no, no, I don't. I just want people to, cause like there's like a thing, people make it a bit too easy. You're planning another call? God, all right, whatever. You do what you want. You guys do what you want. You guys can do what you want. You guys can have fun. I'm not part of that. I'm not a part of that anymore. I've lost control of it completely, and I don't. I just have. I should be invisible. I should set my status invisible, so it's kind of like the Panopticon, where I might be watching. You never know. Because right now it's like when I'm there, I'm online. I should set it so that I'm invisible, so you don't know when I'm online. So you just kind of have to assume that I always am. I want to do that right now. Okay, now you will never know when I'm watching or when I'm there, so you're under threat of constant surveillance. That's the idea. You still sense when you're there, like Spidey sense? No, you can't. You don't know. You don't even know if I have it out or if I have it closed already. You don't know. You don't know that. You have no idea. No goddamn clue. What am I missing? Mangroves, tropical, all of them. Apparently, I'm missing all of it. Okay. I need beaches, coral reefs, and tropical forests.
You're like offline 70% of the time, it's fine.
But now I'm offline 100, or now I'm invisible 100% of the time. Maybe I'm gonna be offline less. Maybe I'm gonna be online. Maybe I'm gonna be on 70% of the time, and you will never know. You'll never know because I'm just gonna be hanging around, just like reading what you guys are up to. I'm not gonna, because I don't have. I couldn't be fucked. But you know, like imagine that I would. Imagine that, okay? Just imagine it. Okay, I want to put the mineralizer here, this here, and then this here. Beautiful. Everyone gets jealous of Discord becoming a social hub. Becomes shadow government as. I am not becoming a shadow government. I think I am instilling the fear of a shadow government in the hearts of the citizens here. That's what I'm doing. It's a little bit different because it's purely psychological warfare, and it's not a means to an ends. I'm doing this purely because oh no, it's not. It doesn't cover everything. Oh no, it does cover everything. Okay, that's good. That's good. It does cover everything. I'm doing this purely to try to torment people. That's all. There's no like, you know, there's no sense of control. There's no like objective. I'm not trying to get birth rates. I'm not up or down. I'm not trying to like shift the GDP in a specific way. This is purely psychological warfare. For the love of the game, that's correct. That's exactly right. It's purely for the love of the game. Can I put this? Can I put this here? I can't put this here. Do this. This chunk is just sitting there. I have no way to deal with it. Ah. I'll do another one of these mineralizers. I can do them anywhere. Oh, I can do them anywhere. How convenient. Dude, it's so much cleaner now, isn't it? Look, that is lovely. That is fantastic. Can't put that anywhere. Put this? No, I can't. What the hell? How do I? Okay, I don't know how to do that. Okay, pull has ended. We're gonna talk about Gargura first. Okay, So I'm gonna come out and tell you now. I was not planning to stream Terra Nil before I asked the Discord what to stream. Actually, the other day, because when I wasn't sure what to stream, I had made a whole thumbnail and everything and a title. I'll read it. I'll bring it up now. Where is it? Okay, yeah, never mind. So, originally what I was going to stream today was going to be a stream titled Graduations and I use scare quotes, Death of a VTuber. So I was going to stream that and I was going to talk about like death and mortality and like just generally how I feel about that. And then like try to see why it feels like when a VTuber stops streaming, it's like they're dying. Because we know they're not dying. We know they're not, like, we know they're fine. We know they're, most of them at least, right? Like, we know that they're okay. They're just kind of moving on and streaming somewhere else or even doing something else other than stream. And that's cool. That's totally fine for them to do that. But, oh, it's because it's like deep water. That's why it's harder to, in which case, I don't know what I can do. I don't think I could do anything. Is there? Can I? Whatever. I was gonna stream that. And I think I still will in the future, but I didn't want that to be my first stream back to be like another huge, serious discussion topic stream. I feel like it's a little tiring. And it's like, you know, also a bit depressing, isn't it? To have to think about VTuber graduations and like them going away forever. Part 2, the two Confessions of a Parasocial VTuber. Kind of, it's a bit of a part 2, like. But it's like nonetheless something kind of heavy, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to come back with that, if that was what the world needed. Maybe I'll do that in like a week. Anyways, yeah, exactly. Everyone's so drained from the recent graduations. I thought in my head, I was like, oh great, now's a good idea to talk about it. But then I thought, do I want to just cash in on like the trendiness of the topic, or do I want to give it time to simmer first, as a way to like, do I care about getting views, or do I care about having an impactful discussion? And I realized very quickly what I wanted to do, so I ended up not scrapping the idea, but I'm delaying the idea until later. It's gone until future notice, okay? That's where it is, if anyone asks. Yeah, you sacrifice the popularity of an outreach of it in exchange for like a better perspective when it all settles down. Yeah, pretty much. And that's a trade I'll make every day, any day, I think. You find a way. You want to talk about Mumi graduation? So I also I wanted to talk about all the graduations recently, not just in the Hollow stuff, because that's the thing that I'm a bit more like aware of, because I follow a lot of the VTubers I follow are like Hollow VTubers, but actually also like the Niji Sanji end of stuff going on with what's his name, Fulgur Orvid, and Ike Eveland, actually, which is fucking out of nowhere. So the Fulgur thing, we had like a month notice, I think, and this happened a few weeks ago, and then the Ike thing dropped out of fucking nowhere, apparently. And I was not, like, I'd watched a few Ike streams, I'd watched some Ike clips, but I wasn't really like I wasn't that like into him, like into his content, but that's not because I didn't like it. It was just kind of like, there's only so many people you can watch, and I just thought like, I don't know, like if it comes up I'll watch, but if not I won't. And then like YouTube just decided not to show me like clips, so I was like, alright, I guess I'm not gonna, I guess. Ike's happened while some Niji members were streaming, like Aya, like, so that, and then you tack on like the thing that happened with Cinder, which is not like a sad graduation and like a tragedy that a wonderful person must go, but in like a sad thing that like, oh, this person who you thought was like a wonderful person is actually a horrible. Found out from a community post from Shu. I forgot where I found out from. I think from r/virtual YouTubers is probably where I found out, because unfortunately I use Reddit. I know that immediately makes me like a worse person. I'm not gonna deny it, but I do use Reddit, and that's where I found it. Construct 3 combustors. How do I make combustors? What is a combustor? None of these are combustors. I need 4 more wetland tiles to unlock some. Okay. Is that the combustor? No, that's a salinator. Increases the salinity of the surrounding area, allowing mangroves to flourish. Temperature cannot grow. It's too hot, or is it too cold? Does the temperature need to go up? I think the temperature needs to go up. Oh! Okay. Burn surrounding vegetation to increase atmospheric temperature. More carbon-dense vegetation is more effective. Okay. Where do I do that? 3 degrees. No, I want to set everything on fire. How do I do that? 6 degrees. 6 degrees. I want to like light up the atmosphere. How do I do that? Carbon dense. How do I make something carbon dense? What if I did this? No, that wouldn't work. That would make it worse. That would make it worse. Holy shit. Okay. Then we can do one here. 9 degrees. Then we do one here. 16 degrees. Okay. Just a huge patch of ash in the middle of the field. Perfect. What did we unlock with that? Litarium. Captures sand to form beaches and dunes. Must be built on a toxin. Oh. Oh. Okay. I see. That is, I want this to be. Oh, that's nice. That's wonderful. Okay. Okay. I see what this is. I burned the entire fucking thing. No, I'm not. Turtles! Laurel. What do they need? They're in perfect condition. Excellent. Well done. Good. Anyways, so this is markedly different from, sorry, this as in VTuber graduations. I need to like remember that not everyone is like in my headspace, and I have to articulate my thoughts. I'm having trouble doing that. But it's not the same as when a streamer stops streaming. Like a live streamer, a meat streamer, whatever people call them now. And not the same as a YouTuber who retires. We can see this for example, from MatPat's retirement. We can see this from like, I'm trying to think of a Twitch streamer who's like an IRL streamer who just stopped. Firebat's the only one coming to my head, but he was like specifically a Hearthstone streamer, I think. Maybe not the same as like Jerma when he announced he was retiring from streaming, because we were all like, it was also sad, and people were like, "No, don't go, Jerma 985. We want you," but then he was like, "No, I've done enough, and I can retire now," and only to stream more now post-retirement than he did prior. But like, you know, there's there's obviously the element of like, that sucks. This person, like, or like this entertainer and I've watched and enjoy watching is not making entertainment and is not entertaining anymore. They're not creating entertainment. They're not like, not that they're not entertaining and that they're not funny, but like they're not doing it more. I don't know. Whatever it is, right? And then when we think about their lives, we don't think that they're dying. We don't think that it's gone forever, even though they've announced they'll stop it forever. We think like, okay, well, they are moving on in their lives, and we can associate it with like the retirement of like an employee in the company, or like a teacher, or like a fireman, or like, you know, just like like an occupation that's a bit more typical and a bit less 21st century digital age. And there's something so much more heartbreaking when a VTuber graduates than when someone retires, that puts it on a spectrum. If it's on a spectrum like of retirement and like death, like the person fucking dies, not like in a tragedy, because that's a whole other thing, but just like the person passes away, right? Maybe if he's like, hopefully soundly. Graduations in the middle. Graduations are not as nonchalant as like retirements, even for streamers, but they're certainly not like as serious as someone passing away. It's this weird in between, and there's nothing quite like it that I can think of off the top of my head. If you have any suggestions, but I can't think of anything that's kind of like that at all. It's like an NBA player retiring, but like an NBA player is like, it's deeper. It hits harder than like an athlete retiring, I think, and this is purely conjecture and assumptions because I don't watch or engage with, you know, the NBA that much, or just like sports in general, like organized competitive sports. I'm not really that into. I don't have anything against it. I'm just not that into it, right?
We can tell. It's like having a really detailed dream, those kind where you live out an entire life and there's people in it that you feel you genuinely know, and then you wake up and realize none of it was real.
Oh, god damn. I mean, you have no idea how many dudes will cry at work if LeBron retires. No, but if LeBron retires, it's not like you're Oshi graduating. When LeBron retires, it's like your hero, like, it's like your hero dies, you know? It's like when I'm trying to think. It's like Iron Man dying for like a 12-year-old, you know, like, so the 12-year-old equivalent of LeBron retiring is like Iron Man dying in like Avengers, right? To like a preteen. Is it the same? No, I don't know. So, LeBron retiring is a bigger deal than Gargura graduating. Can I say that? Can I say that? It's a bigger deal, I think. But not because... hold on. I'm trying to think about this. Let me think about this really hard, so I don't fuck it up when I express my thoughts. But... Okay, let's burn it to 25 degrees. Are we done yet? I need more cloud seeders. Shit. What does that do again? Use the surrounding water and ocean to encourage cloud. Oh, okay, okay. So I need to surround it with water. Okay, okay. It's the personality you connect with the VTuber that dies. Yeah, it's...
I really don't get it because I have never been sad over a graduation, mostly because I know they will probably come back under a different name LMAO.
Yeah, that's true, they'll come back under a different name, but it's like... It's almost like the character dies, and you know that the actor is there, but you feel sad because the character's dead, right? The character passes away. Like, Tony Stark dying is a whole different ordeal from, like, Robert Downey Jr. dying if he had to. Not if he had to, but, you know, like, if it were to happen. I think I just don't get attached to the character at all with the streamer. But, so that's why the thing with VTuber graduations, that, for at least for people who, like, really feel bad about it, and, like, that's sort of me, I guess, is, like... It's about the character, though. The character's gone. And you won't see that... Like, you've associated that person's psyche and their personality and their opinions and views on things. And their, like, and the memories of their funny stream highlight moments. You've associated that with the character. Ideal to 0, okay. At least for the people who feel bad about VTuber graduations. And so in that case, it does feel like there's not like maybe a full identity, but a part of an identity. And like the question for me then becomes, like, how do we find the best analogy to describe what a VTuber graduation is? Because there's some people that tried to, when Gargura made that announcement, they were essentially, there was a popular thing going on that's like, it's to non-Hololive fans, it's kind of like if LeBron retired. And it is, like, it invokes that, like, it does invoke that feeling a bit, but it's not quite the same thing, because not everyone is Gargura. So maybe you could say that Gargura's graduation is kind of like if LeBron retired, but you can't say that a VTuber graduation is when LeBron. I think the VTuber graduation lies somewhere between the retirement of an entertainer and the passing away of. Sorry, it lies in between the passing away of a character and the passing away of an actor, I think. It lies, like, in the middle of that. Because it's harder than when a character on screen dies. Because of, the, you know, reasons such as you getting attached to their personality. What do I unlock here? Shade cloth pillar. Pillars connected in triangles form shady areas where tropical forest thrives and is built on the side of a cliff. What? Oh. Okay. Can I do this? A bird. A parrot. Fuck 'em. Alright. And when the VTuber channels white to videos, like the existence is trying to... Yeah. So it's not just like, oh, like they're gone and we're gonna honor their legacy. It's like they fucking died, and then not only that, like they... For some cases, for example, like Ike recently, their whole channel is nuked and removed, and every mention of them is gone, and every stream that involved them is gone, and like it's all being removed for one reason or another. And obviously, there's some VTubers do that, some don't, depending on the circumstances of their graduation, like the end of it. But then, like, to see someone, especially when, you know, it's like an Ike Evelyn case, right? Who you spent so much time with, watching and enjoying, not only leave all of a sudden, but also remove all the traces of them being there. Like, that's gotta really, really suck as a fan. I was not a fan, so I'm not gonna, like, pretend like I know what was going on. But I'm gonna sympathize with it and say that if this shit happened to me, I'd be kind of devastated. Like, I think. Or rather, if this shit happened to like if Crony did that, I would feel awful. I think I would genuinely feel terrible. Do another one here. Be here? Flag here. Oh, it can connect to that one too. Okay. I'm seeing the vision. I'm seeing the vision. That's pretty cool. And then yeah, you can't bring up that because there's like a taboo of it, but I guess like now it's a little looser, but you can't bring up the specific version of that person again in the comments or other places on. All the memories of that person are just gone. Because when you see the growth of the talent or athletes, like they dedicated themselves to their role to achieve something bigger than them, but to stop factors out of their control. I can see that similarity. I can see the similarity. I can see why you would associate like the athlete and like the entertainer together in that way. That makes sense to me. Yeah, part of the attachment is seeing them grow, starting again, and feel like they lost their place. It's kind of like someone you like moving away. Yeah, because the thing with streaming that's different from like athletes or athleticism and organized sports for me, in my opinion at least, in my limited understanding of the way people are attached to these things, is like there can be a lot of attachment. Wait, do I want to rub over this? What is this again? This ash? Do I want that? Do I want to keep the ash around? I wanted to keep the ash around for something, right? What's the thing that burns? Combustor. Oh yeah, okay, so it's just waste. You do want to water over it. Okay. Okay. We put this here. Let's do this here. Okay, it's nicer now. There we go. And there's a certain attachment you have with the VTuber, in a similar way that you have with the live streamer, except when you are attached to the live streamer and they retire, you think, okay, the person's moved away. But when the VTuber retires, when they graduate and they don't use that character anymore. There can no longer be any more legacy made of Gargura. There can be a further legacy maybe for the person behind Gargura, whether or not she decides to reappear as some other identity or embrace an older past life, which is like what we refer to their older accounts as. But either way, you're never gonna see Gargura again. Like, you are never gonna see Gargura things. And we will talk about her, or like, if you talk about her, it does kind of feel like you're talking about her as if she died. But the person didn't die, it's the character that died. But it's not just that the character died in that they are removed from like a narrative. They are dead and like they didn't a lot of times at least, okay, maybe not a lot of times, sometimes at least, they just died abruptly. Like, it wasn't even a good death. It wasn't like they were written in a fantastic heroic sacrifice that was narratively pleasing and was something like you look back on fondly. For example, maybe a character death in Attack on Titan. It doesn't feel like it. Obviously, you go, damn, you know, a character dies. But I never felt bad that a character died in Attack on Titan. I felt worse for like, my negative emotions didn't come from deaths. They came from like the tragedy of the story as a whole. And the deaths were oftentimes quite cathartic even. A VTuber death is not cathartic. A VTuber death fucking sucks. There's no sense of satisfaction in a VTuber's like graduation, I think. It comes as a surprise, it's like, why even get into a new VTuber anymore? Yeah, like, so it's almost like you can't see the... Because normally when someone dies, not normally, but like in other circumstances, when someone passes away or dies, there's an honoring of their legacy, and there's like a bit of like a, oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Like for what they had achieved, and let's celebrate and honor them. And you kind of look towards life and like the, yeah, it ends someday, but that doesn't mean it can't be beautiful. And it's like, it's wonderful, and it's uplifting, and it's inspiring. It can be, at least. And then you get like this shit, where all of a sudden it's no longer inspiring and uplifting. It's like, what the hell's the point of getting into VTubers? Why do I even do this to myself? Why do I get into this hobby when I know that, like, or into this form of entertainment, when this heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching phenomena happens regularly? Like, it's almost like nobody has a nice, fantastic, like graduation that makes you feel content with the outcome and go like, you know what, yeah, okay, I'm okay with that story ending in that chapter. Never didn't feel anything when Sasha died. Well, I did, but like I also was more enamored with like the narrative, like strength of the story, that I wasn't like, no, the character died, because in my head it's like, the character's not real, the character's a narrative device. The character's like an engine for the story to go forward, in my head. Ah, that's not clear. Okay. How do we get coral reefs? We do that here? I think we need more biodiversity. Need more tropical forests. Let's get more tropical forests. Ooh, wait a minute. How far does this go? That goes really far. Holy shit. Wait, why is nothing happening? Okay, now we gotta do this. Oh! That's fucking cool. Holy shit. Sorry, where was I? Yeah. The death of an anime character is very different from, like, the graduation of a VTuber. So what is it? What is that? What is that thing that, like, you see where I'm headed with this, and you see why I'm gonna talk about it, but I'm not gonna make a stream about it because my thoughts are very unorganized and I don't have a good answer yet. I'm workshopping it with you guys. I'm figuring it out. I'm figuring out how I feel about it. Something about a VTuber graduating feels so much worse than any other form of retirement, that it is not comparable to, But like, you can certainly see why people are reacting like as if someone died, right? Obviously, they shouldn't, in that like, it's clearly not that serious. But it feels that way to some people. Why? Why does it feel that way? Why are we so attached? And is it okay for people to be that attached, right? Because part of the reason why that might be the case is because, well, people are maybe too parasocial. You know, they're too attached to the concept of this VTuber, and they don't realize that this is not good for them, and that they're deluded into what the hell's going on? Why does it? Oh no, it's because I need to water it. I forgot I had to. Do this here. Okay. All right, there we go. Wonderful. Sorry, my computer's dying again. It's difficult to articulate this depression, this like, you know, this grief. Is grief even the right word? Are you grieving Gargura leaving? Not you, but like, does one grieve upon the news of Gargura's graduation? Is that what we do? Because I don't know if I was grieving when Ame graduated. Ame was the first VTuber I ever watched. And that shit definitely hit me. The one that got me from Hollow Stars was Magni and Vesper. I really got into them in Tempest, but then both suddenly graduate. Yeah, zero notice or explanation. I'm so early too. So, like, so we can figure out from this reasoning. And by the way, like, yeah, same. Like, I have a fucking vampire shaped hole in my heart. It's just, it is what it is, right? Clearly, when it happens suddenly, with no prior warning and no time to like, you know, to wrap things up, it feels worse. So that is kind of like death. It is comparable to death. Because when someone just dies without, you know, like being able to live to old age and pass peacefully, for example, if they were to pass away from a terrible accident, we feel a lot worse as human beings, and the grieving is harder. Like, it's so much more difficult to emotionally like cope with that. But that shit doesn't matter for retirement, does it? I think it can for athlete retirement, maybe. If, for example, they suffered an injury and they could never play again. But I think there's a very profoundly like actually, no, it's very similar. It's similar when a VTuber retires for mental health reasons, for example, which has been known to happen, right? You can draw a parallel between a VTuber retiring because not because they want to stream on their own individual, like, indie identity, but because they genuinely just can't do much more because of health issues. You can draw a parallel between that and an athlete retiring because of like a life-altering injury. Yeah, right after they got new outfits for the models was out of nowhere. I don't think I was I stopped watching VTubers as well, but not like, I don't think it was a conscious thing. I wasn't like, I can't do this. It was kind of just like I heard the news and I was like, holy shit, what the hell? It happened, I guess, because, you know, nothing happened. There was no like graduation stream or anything. It just fucking left. And then I became disinterested, I think. Subconsciously. Not consciously. Subconsciously, I became disinterested. Now, why did I feel that? Now, why did I become disinterested? I didn't become disinterested when, for example, just off the top of my head, right? I didn't become disinterested when like in streaming when Germa announced he would retire. That wasn't me. It'd be ridiculous to feel that way, would it? Wouldn't it? Maybe if LeBron retired, I could see why you would stop watching, like, basketball. But we're talking about the cream of the crop, like the peakest of peak, right? Like of like the Mount Olympus of athletes in general, not just in basketball. And I guess Gargura is like a sort of comparable example, but let's just ignore Gargura for now and talk about just like a general, not general, but like a VTuber graduation that is from VTubers who are less prominent. And then we talk about the Gargura phenomenon. Maybe it's like a lesser known athlete you follow personally, that you followed since the beginning, having to retire because of like something out of their control. Maybe that's what's closer to it. In moment, it's a reflection of how people can't continue to be part of some of these people's lives because of outside factors. It's a reminder for people who seek escapism to the world. So that's an interesting comment, right? Because now I'm thinking like along the lines of how hard does this correlate to our desire for escape? How strong is the correlation? Maybe is another way to put it. Can I put another thing here? No, I can't. Ah, whatever. I don't have enough biodiversity. I need more mangroves, that's what I need. Is that enough? That's not enough. Alright, whatever. One more here. That's enough there. When monorail node. Nodes in range of one another connect to allow the movement of buildings along the monorail. What? Rail network? Do I want that? Does this connect? I don't think this connects that other one. Okay, let me make a... Let me make some rock here. And then... monorail here. Why do I want this? What purpose does this serve? Activatable ability. Move a building from in range of this monorail node to in range of another connected. Oh, I can move buildings. Why do I want to do that? What's the point of me doing that? I don't know why I want to do that. Alright, whatever. Alright, whatever. I guess hurting because he wiped his VODs and has made no indication he's returning to streaming. Yeah, so it's like, because now we're not just concerned for the character, it's like it's an amalgam of emotions because the person streaming is also subject of our concern. it's not just the character has died and we're no longer to hear from them, but also their memory is like our memory of them has been wiped. Like the archive of what they've done as the character is gone forever. All their interactions with people we've come to enjoy watching as well. And like the person behind must be suffering in such a way that we can't even begin to see why is the case, because, you know, people want their privacy probably. That shit is horrible. I guess is the way I want to put it. It's not the same as a retirement of some athlete, and that's like, because at least for a lot of athletes, we can still imagine, okay, at least they're gonna live like a good life after this. VTuber goes away, some of them are like straight up in a worse place than they were when they started, perhaps due to partially things that happened during the VTuber career. And you now, as like a fan or enjoyer, cannot interface with them anymore. You can't engage with this. You can't even try to amend the situation until you realize, okay, it's just this far. Yeah, when a sports person retires, you'll get updates on what they're doing after interviews and articles. You don't get that with VTubers graduating. Yeah, like, and it's not taboo to talk about. It's not like, oh shit, hush, 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 shit. Not talk about this, you know, athlete who retired. At least sometime. It's not that big of a deal to say, hey, remember when they did that? And it's like, oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, whatever. Oh, that was great. That's just the contradiction of parasocialism. The only thing your memory of these characters on this earth is an internet connection on a website that's privately owned. Or the only thing, yeah, the only thing you keep, I guess, yeah, the memory of it.
Same asterisk.
You read the corrected message but not the original? Come on, Parrot. What the fuck do you want? No buildings. Good. Okay, so you don't want buildings, right? That's fine. Okay. Guess it's fine. Or maybe that's... I need to move these buildings out of the way? With the monorail system? Is that what the game's teaching me? How do I do that? I don't know how to do that. I'm not in range for the next thing. I need to put up another... Oh, whatever. And whatever. Game's really pretty. It is. But, like, you're not even allowed to keep... not keep. Because you can obviously remember them. But it feels like you can't even... try to remember, or like you're actively encouraged to let it go, stop thinking about them. I kind of move a fucking building. What? Can't move any of these. Target valid. What is that? What am I moving? Okay, we can move this. Coral lab grows coral from polyps, which can be moved with a monorail into clean ocean. Must be built on an irrigator. I can't just slam it onto the ocean. I need to build it on an irrigator and then move it through monorail. Oh. When Vox graduates, I'm done for. Do not hit me up. I will be crying. But like, what if Vox had like a nice... What if he lived his VTuber life He had, like, he did everything he wanted to do. He got all his projects. He did all the collabs he ever wanted. He got all the sponsorships. He did all the things. And maybe you got to meet them as well, you know, in like a meet and greet. And then he retires. And then he's like, you know what? I've done it all. I've done everything. I'm the biggest VTuber ever to exist now. Which, you know, I don't know if it's likely. But, you know, he does that, and that's it. Everything he's ever wanted to achieve. Done. He can now retire in peace, and he does so. And he throws the most brilliant, elaborate, graduation celebration month period of time ever. Would it be like, you know, wouldn't at that point you'd be like, oh, okay, it was time for him to go. Maybe he was streaming for like 30 years and you were kind of like, I'm getting tired of this guy, you know, like maybe like 2-3 years is fine, but 30 is a little, ooh, it's a little long, you know. Really gets me is the company side of things. When a VTuber from a company graduates his contracts, you don't know if they're keeping, right? Yeah, because they want you to have to. One of the things that perhaps has shaped our understanding of VTubing might be because of its super high cost of entry, meaning that it has to be corporatized for it to be realistically affordable. For people to endeavor into. No, I want to move it like here. Why can't I move it there? What? Yeah, activate ability, move. Why can't I move it here? Is it because the water is just not clear? If so, then, like, is there no way I can clear it? Come on now. Guess not. Alright. New animal species has appeared. A flamingo. Gale. Gale Better. That's how you do the coral reefs. Okay, got it. Still be crying, but it'd be bittersweet, like happy tears. Well, yeah. So, but that's like, you know, but that would be very different from, like, you know, Ike, for example, leaving. And that is very similar to, like, death. The way we see it, isn't it? It's a lot more similar to death than it is retirement. Because for retirement, we don't really think about, like, oh, okay, yeah, they got everything they wanted to do in life, in their life, you know. It's like a mini contained version of the simulation of a life, of an existence that peaks into this idealized version of how we can be and exist. You know, it can be like if you could be an anime character, wouldn't that be great? Guess what? We now have the technology to turn you into that. Or at least to allow you to be able to efficiently pretend like you're an anime character. To the amusement of a few people on the internet that will watch you and type things. And call you words you have to look up on WikiHow. I need to get another building. Here we are. And now I do the beach thing. Yes. That's enough beaches. Now we need more coral reefs, and then that should be it. We do by building it on Instigator and then connecting through the rail, which we need to path with stone with a mineralizer. And then we build these monorail nodes. Shit. God damn it. God. Ah. Okay, one more. Okay. One more here. Now, I can connect the monorail node with this. And I can connect it here. And I can now move with this. Move this here. That's fucking okay. That's a lot of steps. Sorry, I had to articulate it. I had to verbalize it because that was too many steps for me. Mantis ray, manta ray. Yes, manta ray. Shark. A gargura. Eddie the reef shark. A lot of red tape for a job that is streaming with an anime model. It is, like, and to a lesser extent, if you want to put it in more, like, if you want to be a bit more uncharitable with the nature of the job, you could, it's a lot of work to pretend to be an anime girl online for the amusement of other people. A lot of effort. Is it worth it? Maybe. Maybe not. Oh shit, we can move it all the way here. Whoa. Power of technology. Really impressive. Ah. That's it? Oh, okay. It took a second. Alright, okay. Now we set one up here then. Before you streamed as a VTuber, were you not familiar with the concept of an Ikemen? Not really. Like, okay, vaguely. Because, like, okay, I'm a straight guy. So I was not really ever into the Ikemens. But I had friends who were. And I've, on numerous occasions, I kept going like, okay, can you explain to me what a BTS is again? Please? And then they explain it and I go like, okay. So the popular guy is called Jungkook, right? Then like that's the pace of which I was operating. Okay, that was they're Ikemen, right? They count, I think. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, and then like prior to Niji and like the concept of an Ikemen and VTubing was unheard of, right? They really did pave the path for that. But it did come a little after, I think. I think it'll eventually develop into a more interesting and nuanced industry. For now, it's just kind of like this. I don't know what else to say other than like it's less, it has stereotypes that are like a bit backwards and outdated that even among the VTuber community, which sucks. I thought the Coco graduation happened before any of the Niji ones though. So that one was like less, I don't think the Coco graduation was quite the same thing as these though, right? Because the Coco's thing happened correct me if I'm wrong, but Coco's thing happened because of a relatively huge outburst in response to a somewhat nothing burger of a controversy. I think it's a nothing burger, but you know, like they kind of just peer pressured her into leaving, right? But because it was one of the earliest ones, I think when it was announced and when it happened, it hadn't settled in how we should feel about it yet. It just felt like, oh shit, they're not doing it anymore? What does that mean? But now that we feel the void in our hearts for her, like, Kiryu Coco, every graduation reminds us of the previous graduations that happened and how the hole in our hearts that's been left of that. And it just makes it worse. Doesn't it just make it worse? Yeah, me when they... Sorry, never mind. I was gonna make a joke about it, but never mind. I'm not gonna do that. Never mind. I gotta set this here. Do this. Okay. And then now we can do this. Here we are. And that connects to the whole... Oh, that's the whole system.
It brings up memories of all the other graduations we've been through.
Right, it does. But like, why? They're like different people. They're different streamers, right? They do different things. They're all like different entities, or are they? Or are they all kind of connected in our head psyche? What's going on? Monorails can then be utilized for recycling, so connect your airship to the monorail network. Satisfy the needs of marine and terrestrial animals. Okay. Gotcha. Well... Someone's unhappy. What's going on? Oh, no one's unhappy anymore. Good. Not enough of them are satisfied. Are they getting there? Temperature is not high enough? Or is it too high? It's not high enough. Higher temperature. Higher temperature. This gives higher temperature. Okay, are you satisfied now? Yeah, you are. Okay, yeah, you are. I think other than Magnivest, where the mist of graduation from Niji was the first big shock. And Kyo. I actually love Kyo streams. Yeah, so it's like, why does it keep getting worse? You would think that like over time, as you get used to VTuber streams, VTuber streamers graduating, which means that they retire their character anymore, you would get more used to it, you get more numb to it. No, but I think it's just like worse. And it just makes you feel like, you know, fuck getting into VTubers. I don't want to do that. I don't want to ever get into VTubers anymore. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna get into some other form of escapism that will never leave me. Is that the feeling? New to the VTuber world? Don't think I want to experience a graduation law. Quick, you gotta graduate now so Shimari can experience it.
And why do we keep getting into a new VTuber when we know how much it hurts weary face?
But like, why does it hurt? Why does it? So like, I'm like, why does it hurt so bad? I'm trying to figure it out so that when I graduate, you don't feel too terrible. And you go like, I'm never gonna watch an indie VTuber again. But he's just gonna leave us like this. And I go like, motherfucker, I can't, like, I'm 60 years old, okay? The retirement home is waiting for me. I can only do this for so long, alright? Recycler station. Connects to the monorail network and sends drones to recycle the areas at recycling people. Listen to the airship. Where's the airship? Where's the airship? The airship has not been placed yet. Where shall we place the airship? Maybe here. This is a good spot. I think. Yeah, okay. Yoshi graduating was also my Roman Empire, but now he's Calyx Debonair, so I can still watch him with 10 times success he had before. Yeah, so it's like, if you're like indie VTuber graduates, it's not too bad if you see them kind of move on into like bigger things, I guess. At least ultimately if they're still doing the same thing. But then it's like, when it goes the other way around, it feels weird. So the part of the death experience, the tragedy of it is connected to not the character, but like the person behind the screen. But it is motivated in a way by the character, because like if it were just the person behind the screen, then we wouldn't be like, we shouldn't feel so bad about Magni and Vesper, right? Because they are objectively doing a lot better now than they did back then. We know that. We know that they're doing a lot better than they did back then, don't we?
Graduates asterisk.
Loki's sad with Hex, but he seems to be doing great, so I don't care anymore. Why do you not care anymore when that, like, or like, why is it not like okay, like, why? Okay, not why, but like, because that's obvious. But why do some people feel a lot worse for about a graduation than others, even if the person graduating is happy? For example, the people who are like obsessed with Gargura, as I've looked up on the internet, because like, you know, like, it's a little sad that Gura has to go, in the sense that like she, like, we like watching her, we like watching Gargura, but also, is that optimal temperature or is it too? No, we need to be higher. We need to get higher quickly. Much more temperature, please. Combustor. That doesn't do anything. That does nothing as well. 31. What if we put one here? 42! No, but that burns the fucking rainforest. That's not good. We don't want that. That does kill the rainforest. $31. Is that better? Are the animals happy now? Are they leaving? Are the animals leaving? The animals are leaving. The aliens are not going to visit us. Bury me, bury me. I forgot how the rest of it goes. Curious, when a VTuber graduates, does that mean they leave the community entirely? Yeah. So when a VTuber graduates, the person... So it depends, because the term graduation, I think, is borrowed from idol culture as well. And there's like many things to be said about how VTuber culture has borrowed from idol culture. It doesn't need to borrow from idol culture, especially as it's grown more popular in the West, where idol culture is much less of a thing than, for example, where it originated in Japan, which I think is like, you know, the first VTubers were Japanese VTubers for a long time. They oftentimes, a graduation is just like a euphemism for retirement, and when it's a retirement for a VTuber who is a corpo VTuber, someone who streams under a corporate, like a company, they are not allowed usually. Sometimes it's different depending on the company, but for the bigger ones, for example like HoloLive, they are not allowed to keep the IP of the character that they use to stream under, the avatar, whatever you want to call it. And part of that agreement is obviously also that when they do come out post-graduation or post, retirement of the character into their own maybe personal account or like a different character, part of the agreement is also them not being allowed to go like, hey, I was Gargura in the past, guys, please follow me. I was that person. I'm not legally allowed to use that character anymore, but here's my own independent venture. Like, you're not allowed to do that either because of I actually don't know why. I actually don't know why you're not allowed to do that. Or not allowed to do that at all. Obviously, people will still find you because people talk on the internet. But, like, yeah, you're not allowed to do that. You're not even allowed to say where you're going. Imagine you retire, you stop working at one company. Maybe not to retire, but maybe, like, you're like, okay, I'm going to stop working here to start my own business venture. But you're not allowed to tell anyone at all, ever, that you are now starting a business? As the same person, at least. It's kind of weird. Yeah, like, I know... So, sorry, when I say I don't know why, I know that they sign NDAs. But why are those NDAs put in place in the first place? Like, what's the motivation for wanting to keep that under wraps? That I'm not sure why. Get attached to fictional characters easily, so I'm not surprised when I end up getting sad over VTubers. So that explains like the character part, I guess. What you're saying is a VTuber is that a VTuber is like when the cute cashier quits their job because they finally got their followers. What? What? When a VTuber graduates, it's like... No, that's not what I'm saying at all. No, that is nothing. What? If anything, it's the other way around. In like the cute cashier graduates with their philosophy degree and then endeavors as into their wonderful career as a cashier. Okay, if anything, it's that. Hexos is a cool VTuber because he involves doing sexually explicit
Could
ASMR
have something
in a
to do
setting.
with risk aversion. Like if the new indie streamer gets outed as problematic in some way, they might not want that to risk reflecting back on the company.
It could be a brand identity thing. I think that's fair.
Could have something to do with
Don't
risk
read it
aversion.
twice, Barrett.
Like if
Shut
the new
the fuck
indie
up.
streamer gets outed as problematic in
God
some
damn it.
way, they might not want that to risk reflecting back on the company.
No, but that's a good point. That comment's a good point though.
It's because of anti-competition clause in contracts can help get you sued if you do better.
Anti-competition clause. Could be. Where do you put this damn thing? Oh, on the fucking ship. Never mind. Sorry. Recycling beacon. Placed on a monorail node to signify that recycling drones should be... Can I place them on all the beacons? Stopping me from doing that. Oh, resources. Right, of course. Rock hopper. Moves a rock from one location to another. What? A rock hopper? That's exciting. That does make it a little easier to connect all the things together, right? But like, you know, companies, when you let an employee go, do you not ever tell people where they're going? Or maybe, I guess, because of the nature of the pseudonymity, that's a part of this VTubing, that when you are let go, the employer has the option to just censor who you are and where you go. Whereas like in a traditional corporate environment, maybe like they can't really stop your face from being shown around in the public, so they just kind of deal with it. But if they had the chance, if they had the opportunity to wipe people's memory of you being part of their company, they would do that. Do you think that would happen? We're never getting to the gorilla discourse. Sorry, I just need to articulate all my Gargura thoughts, and then we can move on to the gorilla, and then I'm gonna end. That's gonna be the last thing I talk about, I think. Oh. All the VTuber returns right away. It's okay. You don't have to know them. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. At the end of the day, it's like we're all just German 985 variants. We're all variants of German 985. That's what we all are. Goes with ridiculous and hypocritical rules. Oh yeah, all the time, but especially for like, you know, this industry. Probably maintain separation between character and person. Why do corpos want to do that? Because I know for like, well, I don't know, but like actually, you know what, like it's a safe assumption, like to assume that like there are going to be some people out there who would prefer no stones around to throw? Come on. Who would prefer to keep their, like, corpo identity and just branch off and be independent than otherwise, on the streamer's part. I guess maybe, yeah, okay, maybe I can see now that on the corpo part, they just don't want their IP to be taken advantage of and used without their share of the profit, which is part of the reason why people... I guess it makes sense. That makes sense. And that makes sense. Okay. Has the VTuber industry been around for a while? I think it's been around for like... Yeah, so someone said it's been around, I think, since 2016. What would your German number be? 5. I think 5 is my favorite number. That would just be Germa 5. Which sounds weird. Which I think is the intent. I can't recycle this. How do I recycle these things?
He believes himself to be above the 985 pensive face.
Well, not above, it's just... 5, that's what I'll be. Feel bad for the artists and the models as well when someone graduates because they can't use the character anymore. Yeah, they just like stuff the character. Yeah, exactly. They stuff the character in the box. They don't let anyone touch it anymore. And they don't even sell merch of the character anymore because like, I think it would be weird for them to do that. So they just kill the character, and that sucks for the character designer so much, doesn't it? Can I tell you guys, okay, how many people are here? Oh shit, that's a lot of people. I was gonna say, can I tell you guys something? I'm gonna say it if there's not that many people because I don't know if I want many to. I want you to hear it and forget it, okay? I want you to hear this and forget it. But I had this conversation with our team. I was like, what if I use... So our team is... Sorry, for context, our team is the person who made this model for me. Because God knows I can't draw. And I'm a terrible... I'm not just a terrible artist. I'm like not an artist at all. Like I cannot wield a pen. Like I cannot wield a pencil, crayon, drawing. Like none of that works. None of that is intuitive. None of that makes any sense to me. Anyways. So my character design, creation, modeling, rigging, like I think rigging was done with an external. We did it through an external like service. Through like a company, I think. It was pretty cheap. This is what I remember. Our team helped me do pretty much everything from the design stage. And she's the mastermind behind everything. We talked, I think at one point about like, okay, so what if I graduate? I said, like, what if I graduate and I don't use the model anymore? And she went, I will kill you if you graduate and like stop using the model that I spent so much goddamn time making. And I was like, okay, what if I graduate, but I graduate because I'm moving on to like a big corpo. And she was like, I would be very proud if you did that instead. She was like, that would make me feel like an accomplished artist if you graduated, but not because you weren't doing it anymore, but because you could actually use this to springboard into cooler things.
You should probably read that, unless you want to refund Wandering Slacker their money back.
Oh dear, what do I have to read? Another donor of the model file. Thank you, Wandering. Thank you, Wandering. Thank you. So yeah, the context for that, if you're unfamiliar, is our team did all of that for me, and in return, I didn't even pay her yet, because I'm low key kind of broke, so I haven't paid our team anything. I owe her a good amount of money. How much I will not say exactly, but the idea is that all the money I earn from like this channel on YouTube, whether it be through super chat revenue or through memberships, half of it is immediately going to like pay my art team debt. Art team doesn't like, she's not like dying, so it's not like she. And we've agreed to this beforehand. I'm trying to make myself sound as not terrible as I possibly can, as I realize how bad I sound. We've come to this agreement prior to the design stage. Prior to our team starting work on anything, I was like, you are not going to see any money from me in like a while, because God knows I can't do this. But the only reason our team even agreed was because our team saw the potential in it. She was like, yeah, okay, I can see you as a VTuber. Like, I think you could do it. And that's the only reason why our team was like willing to even do this for me. Low-key broke? Well, I'm like high-key broke. No, I'm like low-key broke. I'm not high-key yet. Our team is not really broke, but when you owe someone that amount of money, it's like, it's no longer about how broke they are. It's about like the integrity of the agreement you have between artist and commissioner, which brings me maybe to like briefly into the Cinder thing, where I remember feeling very smug when I heard, like, okay, obviously I was like not devastated, I was like disappointed. I was like, this is fucking horrible what they've done. And then it kind of evolved into like a little bit of a smug face when I saw people tweeting about how terrible it is to not pay, not respect your artists. People were talking about how that's like, you know, so inconsiderate that you would squander like art, and then some people replying to the threads going like yeah, you should respect all the artists and like pay them, and artists should speak up more because like some of them are getting manipulated in the industry, for example, in the Cinder case, right? And then some other people going like, oh, but it's hard to like work with artists anyways because of this. Like, it sucks because you want to try to commission them, but you want to make sure you want to get your money's worth, but you don't want to pressure them into an artistic, because, you know, an artistic process is not something to rush into. And everyone's like sharing their struggles as VTubers and content creators trying to look for art. And I felt a sly sense of smug. I looked at myself and I went, haha, I never had to worry about that. I never will. I will never have to worry about this. Our team owns you? Yeah, pretty much. And I think our team knows too, so it's fine. You guys like walking to a bar and gives you a death threat. It wasn't in a bar. I don't think we had the conversation. We had this conversation in like in In like a ramen shop, I think, is where we had this conversation. This was many, many, many years ago. I don't know what our team's up to now, but many years ago we had this conversation. You're so much of a struggling artist, you're creating other struggling artists? Our team's not struggling, she's fine. I think. I don't think she's struggling. Whatever. I don't know. I should like check on her. Every time I message our team for something, it's not like a personal human message. It's like a, yo, I need something. Could you help me draw this message? And that's not good. I should really work on that. I should really work on reaching out to people as human beings and talking. And I remember for 1 month. Can't say what you said because of YouTube censorship, but if you graduate, I will also do what our team said. But what if I graduate until, like, you know? And, you know, of course, I wouldn't be allowed to disclose this. But what if I graduated into, like, greener pastures? You know? At that point, wouldn't that be better? Wouldn't it be better if I graduated into greener? I don't know. Diogenes maxing. I'm not Diogenes, okay? Because Diogenes is, like, he's rude. And he's got nothing but contempt. I am nothing but grateful for art too. What she does. Like, I'm not 1 second goes by where I'm like taking it for granted, okay? At least I try not to. No valid target. No, I want to move the rock. How do I shoot it over there? Okay. Can I do it here? Oh, yes, I can. Oh. Why would I do that though? What the fuck is wrong with me? I could have just did this.
If you become Corpo, I'll just find you again. Threat.
You don't have to threat. It can be warm and inviting. It doesn't have to be threatening. I should just start making a bunch of rocks, shouldn't I? It seems like a good idea. Seems like an excellent idea. That's so nice having Leonardo da Vinci in your pocket. Well, it's not. I'm in like our team's pocket more than anything, because like our team will give like a suggestion, and it's not like the tone on the surface is like, could you please do this? It'd be really cool for a stream, like as a stream idea, you know, just something to consider. That's like the tone, but like what I will interpret is like, do this now, or find a way to do something like this. I want to see it, and I go, okay, I'll do it. Okay. You don't send our team a birthday message? I don't remember what her birthday is. I don't remember when that is. I don't remember anyone's birthday. I don't remember anyone's birthday in my life. I do not remember any. I don't have a single. I have. Okay, no, I have not a. I have the birthday dates of my immediate family members. Those are the only birth dates I have. I do not have any other birthday in my head. Gotta build more rails. Let's build more rails. Build more rails. Connects? Does connect. Wonderful. Can I build another rail here? I just had it. What if I just keep building rails? I'll do a bunch of rails. Excellent. Many rails. Many rails. Okay. Okay. Graduate just to commission our team again and not pay again. If our team has to do more shit. What the? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? No, I gotta build it back. Okay. Is it full capacity? Is that why? Cycling beacon. It's because everything in the area was recycled or something. Maybe that's why. Boop. 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 that should be everything. No, it's not. Now it should be everything. Be so happy if we became corporate, would never talk and chat again. That's horrible. When I graduate, because if like, here's two ways I graduate. Here's 3 ways I graduate. 1, I end up in corpo. 2, I die horrifically. And 3, like my IRL person dies horrifically. Or 3, something so devastating happens that, like, it's not death per se, but it permanently demotivates, like, it's permanently scarred me and I would never want to live stream again. Now, option 2 and 3 are a little worse than the first option. I think let's consider all these options and what I would do for them with this channel. If any of these situations were to happen, sorry, if this last 2 were to happen, I might not be able to, like, leave a message and explain what's going on. I might just have abruptly passed away and then it's over. In which case, you know, you can mourn if you want, I guess. But the rails are fucking breaking off. I need to... I need to do more rails. How do I build more rails? Where are they? Why do they put it in different tabs? Why can't they put it on the same tab? Do this again. Do this again. Why did I do that again? I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. I shouldn't have done that. It's okay. It's free. I think. Does this reach here? It doesn't. In all those scenarios, I'd be able to tell you. In the first scenario, I'd be able to tell you where I'm going. In the last 2, I might not be able to. In any case, I wouldn't be deleting this channel. I think I don't think I would want to, unless. So if I were to, if you click onto Charis Euphranor one day and it's deleted, you know that I didn't want to do it. You know that there was some external force that compelled me to do so. And then you can kind of deduce from the options we listed earlier that it's probably not because I died. Because if I died, I think I would leave it on. Well, I wouldn't leave it on, but I think like it would be left on. If I become very vague about stuff, then it could be option 3 or 1. Because if it's 2, if I just die, then I wouldn't be able to offer any explanation at all. And in every case, you will be able to still find the VODs in this channel, I think, probably. I'm not gonna, like, nuke everything. I'm thinking about, actually, and I don't know when to do it, though. I'm thinking, actually, even of doing, like, a... If you are watching this video, I have died, but, like, for when I graduate. Because it's a when, not an if. Eventually, I'll graduate. I'll either... You know, one of those 3 things will happen. For me to stop, you know, streaming. So when that happens, like, what do I want to happen? I think I want to leave, like, maybe like a, my name is Walter Hartwell White and this is my confession video, maybe, like something towards the end. How much would it take for you to nuke the channel? If we're excluding like general threats to my and my family's safety, then like I would say. That's a good question. That's a really good question. Am I allowed to keep the model? If I nuke the channel, if the cost is like I nuke the channel, but I can start another one with my same model and name maybe even. It's just I nuke all the content and I just have to start over, but like I can start, I'm allowed to start over. If that's the case, I would do it for like... I'd do it for like $1,000, I think. I would do it. Like if I had to delete everything and start again, like I had to re-establish my very limited viewership I had to restream all the things, like reading streams that I put up. I have to start from scratch again, but I'm allowed to start from scratch. I would do it for like, because why 1,000? Like, as with $1,000, I would be able to pay off Art Team, and then just do this again. Except I have no debt to start with. I would do that. It would be kind of like in Tiny Tower when you get to like a certain tower, and then you get like a maybe not Tiny Tower, but you can like in a video game where you finish it and then you get the prestige, you reset, and you just start again. I would do that. I would do that. Just sell out. Ask for a higher price. I don't know, 2,000. Our love means that little to you. No, that's nothing to do with that. There's not what. No, we're talking about if my channel has to be nuked. Like you can, but I'm allowed to start again. If I'm allowed to start again, you can like just find me again and go, yo, what the hell happened? And I have to go, I sold all my content for $1,000. I've paid off Art Team now. Let's just get back to business. And you'll be like, all right, let's get back to business. But you'd have to find me first. But you know, that can be like a soft filter even. So anyone who didn't really care anyways, who subscribed, who doesn't really watch the things, they're gonna be like purged away. That'd be pretty great. So there's like a lot of positives. There's a lot of upsides to that. And also I'd be like, okay, what, now that I know Class of 09 works, how do I just take advantage of that? And do like a new set, like Class of 09 content. It's actually like half of a week's salary. What? Not even a week's salary? No, like 1,000 American dollars. That's like at least a week's salary, is it not? That's like a week and a half of salary. Maybe like a week of salary, is it not? I feel like I'm betraying a part of myself I didn't feel like betraying yet. Oh. I feel like this is like a...
Yet even on minimum wage that's less than a week.
What? No, it's not. Hold on. Yeah, okay, let's just pretend like we didn't have this conversation, okay? Let's just pretend we didn't have this conversation. Yeah. So a full-time job, 1,000 would be about like a week of work. Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm
Charis
thinking about
Euphranor
it,
finds out he's getting paid less than minimal live on stream. LMAO.
That's not. You don't need to know that about me. You don't need to know. You don't need to know. Anyways, isn't it fun being able to launch rocks and yeet them across the ground? Isn't that fun? That's great, isn't it? I'm gonna put another monorail system here so we can just recycle better. What kind of job you worked for your week's salary to be 1K?
Man's working for 2 Camel cigarettes and a pack of gum at work.
Oh. I have a philosophy degree, okay? That's all you need to know about me. You don't need to know anything else about me other than the fact that I have a philosophy degree, okay? You don't need to know. You don't need to know. Why isn't this connecting back? I need to put this away. I need to put this.
That's 8 let 12 packs of Newports.
Which one's the recycle bin? Is it this one? This is the recycle beacon. I think there's cycle here. I guess these. Why can't I click on it? What's wrong with it? Something's wrong with it. I can't click on it. Is it because it's not connected? No, it is connected. It is all connected. I don't get why I'm not allowed to click on it. Okay, no, there you go. You got it. As Rogue shaving the VTuber. Dude. You won't find this in a corporate setting, that's for sure. That's what I'll tell you. Found you from your class of 09 videos. A lot of people did, Amari. A lot of people found me from class of 09. That's like the most... That's by far the most successful thing I've done. And it's not close. Nothing else, nothing I've ever done compares to the class of 09 content I've been able to. Why is that the case? I'm not too certain myself, but I know for a fact that like everything I do is going to stand in the shadow of that. My mouse died. My mouse died? I fully charged it before stream. What's going on? How long have I been streaming? Guys, how long have I been streaming? I'm like 6 hours? I need to go. I need to get out of here. I don't need to, but I kind of don't want to be here anymore. I suddenly don't want to talk about this anymore. Oh. The rails are stressing me out. Me too. I don't know why they're like so disjointed like that. It's weird to me. I don't get it. I think they'll just pack themselves up, right? I think.
07 Gorilla Discourse.
No, we will talk about the gorilla. Okay. Let's talk about the gorilla now. I don't want to talk about wages anymore. Let's talk about the gorilla. Recently there's been gorilla discourse. Where people claim, or making the claim...
He hates spending time with us, pensive face.
I mean, yeah, but... there's been claims that people are making where 100 men could beat up a gorilla in like a fight. What? It leaves this mono? I thought it would take that. It didn't take that. Oh my god, that's so fucking annoying. I have to set this up again. To do this shit? Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Oh, okay. Do I have to like click on every one? Is that what I have to do? Okay. Okay. And for some reason, people are convinced that 100 men can beat up a gorilla. Or that it couldn't. Now, here's my answer, the quick and dirty of
Leo
it.
Star our boomer.
Okay, I'm gonna put it to you in the clearest terms possible, okay? It depends on if the 100 men are bloodlust. That's what it depends on. If it's 100 men of, like, standard mental, you know, state, they would cower in fear, shit their pants, and like die of like pass out in shock at the sight of the gorilla tearing another human being limb from limb. And you would be weak and you wouldn't want to do it. Okay? It settles that. If you are not assuming bloodlusted circumstances, the 100 humans die. If you are assuming 100 men are bloodlusted, that is to say that they're conscious in their mental and intellectual faculties, but they are not held back by fear or anxiety or like, you know, any of the icky emotions that make us worse fighters, aka they're bloodlusted, then god damn it, I have to fucking disconnect there? It does. Okay. Then the 100 men stand a chance if they know what they're doing. If they know what they're like kind of gunning for. They understand where it is they're supposed to attack. You know, it's supposed to hit the eyes. They're supposed to grab the balls, and some of them are, because they're bloodlusted, willing to just be a sacrificial shield for the others as well. Yeah, you could have 100 men overwhelm a group, but discourse around this is so unclear because people don't use these terms. This like they don't explain concisely what they mean. Like people go like, "Bruh, you really think like these people are gonna like look at the gorilla and not shit themselves in fear and like pass out or whatever?" No, well, it depends on what the conditions are. It depends on what those conditions are. Exactly. Are weapons included? Are they allowed weapons? If not, I think 100 bloodlusted unarmed men could still do it, but it would be really close. I think the key is, are they bloodlusted, and do they have a basic biology awareness of where the weak spots are of the gorilla are? But they probably do. Right? They probably do. Like the average person does know what to do with a gorilla, or like where you would hit if you wanted to hurt a living being, right? You know, you fucking use your nails and you like fucking dig into its throat or something. I don't know. And then what would you do if you get drafted for the guerrilla war? I would probably like cry. I don't know. What the fuck else would I do? I have no goddamn clue. Why would they want me? First thing I would do is I would question why they drafted me for the guerrilla war. Because if it's for a fighter position, I'm sorry, that makes no goddamn sense. But if they're drafting me because they want like a strategist, I could see that. That makes sense to me. Yeah, sure. Okay. I can see why they would want to do that. If it was 100 Charis Euphranors, I think an ant nest would win. Fuck you, no it wouldn't be, because I can deal with an ant nest, I just need tools, okay? If it's unarmed, then depends on if bloodlusted. If not bloodlusted, the 100 Charis Euphranors would fuck off because they know better than to fuck with an ant, okay? Gorillas are 5 form kind of on the human side though. No, but like you gotta understand that they are muscle. They are pure fucking muscle. All they do is fucking swing around every day. And like all of their growth and development is put into their strong ass arms. A chimp could rip your face off clean. A gorilla, you don't even want to consider. In like a 1v1 situation. But in like 100 people is enough. No weapons, no clothes, just 100 men versus 1 gorilla. Depends on if bloodlusted or not. If bloodlusted, the men win. If bloodlusted and provided they have a basic knowledge of the battle strategy for the gorilla, which is, you know, gun for the weak parts, and some people are just gonna have to sacrifice themselves, they're gonna have to sandbag for the rest of the group, right? And they're bloodlusted, so they're willing to do that. They're not paralyzed by fear. Yeah, the men win. Not without casualties. There's gonna be a lot of casualties. But yeah. I just realized you said no clothes. I don't know why you made me imagine that no clothes. And I did imagine it with them with no clothes. I just didn't think about it. I just thought, yeah, they'd be naked in like a jungle, right? Yeah, okay. Believing humanity, even if not mentally altered, after 50 or down, I think most would wisen up and the gorilla would be quite tired. I don't know if it'd be tired. I don't think so. I don't know though. My thought is it's just 100 dudes with blank slate, no thoughts, only objective is beating the gorilla. So that's bloodlusted. That's what I'm saying is like bloodlusted. If they're bloodlusted, yeah, the men could win. The gorilla can just eat the men it takes down to use extra fuel. Oh. Is the gorilla smart enough to know that though? Because you have an excellent battle strategy. You have an excellent like refuel strategy, but I don't know if the gorilla is aware of that. There we are. Now we can do this. Now we can do this. And now we can do this.
It's hungry enough. If it starts getting tired, it'll just think, oh, hungry, yum yum people.
I forgot I need to have one connect to the main thing. There we are. Okay, got it. What if it's a baby gorilla? The men win against a baby gorilla even without being bloodlusted, I think, if it's 100 of them. But they would need to be bloodlusted, I think. For an adult gorilla win. What if the gorilla was trained by Prime Mike Tyson? How about that? We're not on r/who would win, so I don't have to think. Gorilla don't wear clothes, so the men can't either. Well, it doesn't have to be a fair fight. It is 100 of them. But I see your point. Has anyone seen that meme a while back of a gorilla in a zoo smiling menacingly at a camera? Is there a meme where it does that? I remember like seeing... Maybe that's probably unrelated to what you're thinking. But I've been told that like you don't want to make eye contact with a gorilla no matter what. You don't want to do that. There's something like really deeply regrettable for if you make eye contact with a gorilla. You will fucking die, is what I've been told. It interprets it as a sign of aggression and it will come at you and fucking destroy you. Apparently there was like a woman at a zoo somewhere who visited repeatedly and kept doing that to a gorilla. And then one time the gorilla just got so pissed off it like broke through the containment and then like actually like broke all her bones, just like not all of it, but like she broke, the gorilla broke like half of her body like or something because of how violent it became. Like I don't know, it was like a terrifying like story I heard of like that warrant cautions against making eye contact with a gorilla. There's an orangutan. But yeah, that's not a meme. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the other thing. You're talking about the meme. Okay, okay. Smiles from animals are a threat. Okay, okay. Yeah, that is weird that that's the case. Then we've evolved to not... Like, we evolved to not have it as a threat. We evolved to have it as like a nice gesture. You seen the video of the gorilla father stealing his kids so he can spend time with them? What do you mean stealing his kids? What? No, I haven't. How did he steal his kids? What did he do? Wasteland reclaimed. Indeed. Yes, you can rest easy. The rails are no more. These parrots are so fucking loud. They need to shut up. They need to stop talking. I hate when parrots like start talking. Fuck these birds, am I right?
I have a parrot.
Yeah, me too, and I don't like him either. All he does is read chat messages sometimes. Gorilla fathers
Mothers
aren't
don't
very
let them near
involved.
the children because they can be hostile. But this gorilla dad really likes his kids, so he'll snatch them from mom and run away really fast. She chases after him too.
Ah, I see. Okay, that makes sense then. Gorilla fathers aren't very involved with this one. Captivity steals his babies from them. Okay, so they're usually just, like, kept away by the mom. Okay, interesting. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, like 100 men could beat a gorilla if they were bloodlusted. If not, I think the sheer terror that a fucking gorilla would provide is enough to deter any person from trying hard enough to be able to, like, get it done. Assuming average person, of course. You're assuming normal, like, average-sized human. If you're assuming, like, peak physical condition human beings, like 100 Mike Tysons, then I think that's still the case. Because I think it's largely a mental block thing. It's the same reason why, like, you know, like, you heard about the, like, the mother-baby strength, where it's, like, a mother's strength, like, the feats, the crazy feats where, like, a mother will lift up a car to save their baby or something. It's that. It's largely, our capacity as fighters is limited because our mind intentionally pulls the brakes and says, don't fucking do that. You're gonna strain yourself. You're gonna pull like a muscle or something. It's gonna be bad for you. So your strength is actually limited by your head, by your mindset. But if you are bloodlusted, you know, don't have to worry about that. In which case 100 men would, like, I think maybe even 50 men would be able to handle a gorilla at bloodlusted state. 50 men could do it, I think. 50 average men, yeah. Would you ever play that one zoo game where you, like, create your own zoo? What's it called? I'm not opposed to it. How'd you get 100 men bloodlusted? So that's why bloodlusted is, like, is terminology used on r/would-win, because it's not about the, like, the specifics of it. It's just in a hypothetical scenario, if you are to limit test the physicalities of the entity or the superhero or the whoever you're putting in the match, or in the matchup or in the challenge. How do you feel about monkeys? I think they are funny. I think they swing around, not swim around. And when they do that, it's impressive. I've seen videos of, like, chimps being incredibly ripped, and it's, like, it low-key scares me a bit because, like, you know, if it misinterprets something you did, it might, and it aggroes on you, it has the ability to just tear your face off. That terrifies me. I think they're a bit too different from humans for me to be like, for me to think that we evolved from, not them, but, you know, like, we had, like, the same ancestor. I can't really see it. I think we're way too different from monkeys. But a lot of that might be learned behavior rather than, like, biological difference, so I don't know. I also like bananas. I'm a big fan of bananas, so the monkey enthusiasm for bananas, I totally get. Makes perfect sense to me. Love it. Love that shit. There's some time, I'm sure Mr. Beast will make a video where the winner gets a card of Feastable. We brought 100 men and 1 gorilla in a no holds barred cage fight, and the winner, every surviving participant wins. Sorry, every participant wins a car and a feast. That's what it is. And there's also going to be a comprehensive scoring system where there's going to be a judge rating how much damage each person's doing to the gorilla. And then the more damage they do, the more money they get as a cash bonus on top. And if they just so happen to not make it out, it's okay. That money's going to get sent to their family. Everyone wins. It's a fantastic competition. Let's just jump right into the challenge. I don't know. I don't know how a Mr. Beast video goes, so that was a very poor imitation. I've never watched a single Mr. Beast video in my life, except like I watched maybe a quarter of one midway through while I was staying at like a B&B with a friend like a few years ago, and then he put up like a Mr. Beast video, and then I didn't even realize that was what it like they put up, and then I looked over and I was like, is that Mr. Beast? Shut that shit off, let's go do something else. And then we got up and did something.
At least he will pay for the funeral.
He would say he would pay for the funeral. Would he actually? I don't know. He would claim to pay for it. If it was on camera, he would. If they had permission to record the funeral for content, he would pay for the funeral. $1 billion men versus every Pokemon who wins. I don't think there's any amount of men.
We brought 100 prisoners from the North Carolina County Prison to this gorilla enclosure.
Maybe that's how the video would start, yeah. Thank you for giving it a proper lead-in and completing the joke for me. I think it doesn't matter how many men there are. Like, you cannot beat Pokemon if you consider all the legendaries who, like, literally control space and time and reality and, like, is essentially, like, the equivalent of, like, a capital G god, like an Abrahamic god in, like, the Pokeverse. If you consider those creatures as part of the lineup, then the men will not win. If you don't consider the legendaries that outright just destroy the prompts, then you still have to contend with a lot of extremely exaggerated supernatural beings. And exaggerated especially when you consider the... Yeah, we're done with that. Exaggerated especially when you consider the absurd Pokedex. You know, you'd have to think about that. Nice. When Mewtwo clears, I think there's a limit to how many men Mewtwo could take on at once. So I'm not sure. I haven't thought about it enough, I suppose. Blue Bay. Okay. The Weedle beat you in a fight. Depends. Do I have a weapon? Do I have my own Pokemon? If I have my own Pokemon, probably not, because I want to say I'm fairly decent at Pokemon. I used to be, I think. I never played competitively. Never mind, I can't even... I do remember going on single player battles in Pokemon XY and like cheesing the battles with Mega Kangaskhan and like Toxic Orb, Poison Heal Gliscor, and Aegislash. 2 out of 3 of those guys being in like Uber tier because of how strong they are from like Smogon rankings. You ran from a wasp and I prevailed. You have to understand.
You're naked and unarmed in this hypothetical.
You have to understand that I ran away, but I won, okay? I stand victorious. I remain, okay? You gotta keep that in mind. I prevailed, and I live to tell the tale. I live to tell everyone how I survived the encounter. And I now live long enough to be able to prepare, to be able to... I live long enough. I've given myself enough time to live so that I can now prepare for any future encounter properly. Sorry, it's getting a bit late and I'm like jumbling my words, but... like, I'm now much better equipped to deal with it than I was prior. And that's what it means to be human. That's what it means to be human and persevere in a nature environment, in a nature setting. It's not about winning, it's about persevering. It's about getting away.
You live in fear and the wasp haunts your dream.
Not true, doesn't haunt my dream. Didn't even dream about the wasp last night. I didn't even dream anything last night. I had such good sleep yesterday. Because I'm finally fucking done my dissertation. I could finally sleep properly. And like, I had no dreams. It was just a nice restful slumber. And then I woke up at like 10 a.m. today. And I was like, I'm refreshed. I'm a human being. I can do things. I can like act. I can live. I'm so happy. I can start working on projects again for like Charis Euphranor. I'm so happy. Next to doubt, you're all doubters, and none of you are understand the limits of my human will. Okay, my extraordinary, not just perseverance, but my like adaptability and flexibility, and my just general, all in all, cognitive superiority to all the beings around me. Sorry. Congrats, thank you. I got that out of the way. But I do want to, like, okay, that's the last thing I wanted to say. That's the last thing I want to talk about was the fucking gorilla. Hypothetical. I really wish I could stream for, like, longer hours at this time of day because there's more of you up here. And I can have, an easier time talking because there's going to be more people saying things and I can, like, respond to stuff without being too stuck on what I'm thinking about. Because I won't lie to you, it is a lot easier for me to talk when you guys are talking. Saying shit as well in chat because it helps me not get too stuck on one thing because I can talk about one thing for hours and that's not a strength, or what makes it a strength also makes it a weakness. If you don't stop me, I will talk about this hours and hours and I'll be quiet for like 5 minutes and then I'll talk about it again for like another 3 hours. That's not good. Gonna head out now, good night. You too. I'm gonna head out as well. We're going to work. I slept for 30 minutes on full blown dream. Woke up early because I thought I had my alarm. Dude, I like when I was sleeping. Okay, I had pretty much mostly a wonderful like experience sleeping last night, but I did wake up at 2 a.m. startled because I was like, oh shit, I didn't set my alarm clock. I should set my alarm clock so I can, like, you know, wake up early and like get to writing. And then I was like, oh wait, no, I'm done. Oh shit, I don't have to set my alarm clock. Oh my god. And then I went back to like realizing I don't have to set an alarm clock for the day after is one of the beautiful emotions I've recent memory. But yeah, maybe the last thing I'll say that's a little like I'm gonna leave it. I wanted to leave towards the end of the stream because I, you know. I just wanted to drink some. I'm genuinely shocked. Surprised, I think in a good way, that you guys were like just hanging out in the Discord with each other, like in my absence. I think that's pretty cool. I don't know why. Don't know what prompted this, but the fact that you guys are like chill enough with each other to hang out anyways is kind of cool. because it does advance forward the compromise I made with myself the other day with the Kiara stream, the Confessions of a Parasocial VTuber stream I did, because that tells me that I don't have to be, in a good way, not like I'm unwanted and I guess you guys don't want to watch me anymore, you guys just hang out with each other. No, but like
I was like, yo, we should talk to each other and actually hang out.
yeah, and that's cool, like in like a way that's like, oh shit, like everyone's hanging out. It's not just like me. It's not just all directed towards me, which is great. So nice. Not everything revolves around you. Yeah, like, so like unironic, like I'm gonna to drop like the kayfabe for a moment. I will say it's so, like, one of the things I struggle with a lot personally is like, I don't really struggle with it, say, but it makes me feel bad, is like I have a very strong influence in the people around me. And it's just like, it's not just family, it's also like friends, it's like people who are close by, and people get really attached to me. And when I can't, and I spread myself thin a lot of times, or like I have to try really hard to not show my, because people really like rely on me, depend on me, or they just like, a lot of people just really want to see me, and it's tiring. Like, and I can't do that all the time. Drop the Discord link so you can join us. I dropped it earlier. It's somewhere in the stream. I'll drop it again now. Because I have it like copy pasted. I have it copied. But there's like a sort of like a burden I feel sometimes where I can't leave people because like I feel responsible for more, like I overextend myself more than I care to admit. So the fact that I'm able to, at least in this very limited, like, and very specific capacity, twist that around a bit so that it's not just like, because that's the thing, is like, I don't want to create a dependence on you. That's, I think, one of the marks of an excellent educator as well. And like, if I want to talk about it in like a broader sense of my philosophical goals and existence as a human being, and like what I can contribute to like the world at large, is I think there's a dependence and a reliance on educators to make sure people aren't fucking stupid. To teach, to educate, to guide, to offer that, like, not just educational experience, but also like a mentorship and like a reliance and a dependence almost. Like the moment the teacher's gone, it's like, you know, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna drop everything I'm doing and I'm just gonna do like slurs on the whiteboard or something. You know when that happens, right? Or like the teacher, or like the professor leaves the lecture hall and then like everyone just fucking stops working and just goes on their phone and starts scrolling through like the next TikTok reel they've got lined up. And one of the most interesting projects I have personally, I don't mind telling you guys this, at least I don't mind unveiling a part of it, is figuring out what exactly is involved in that reliance and dependence, and how we can sever that. Because the goal is that you shouldn't rely on, the educator shouldn't be relied on once their job is done. Once their job is done, is like they should leave, and they should leave like a lasting impact on like the student that carries them forward as human beings. That's interesting. It's an interesting concept. Anyways, like, there's a lot of layers to what I think about, or what I'm thinking about in relation to this. And to see something so simple as like, oh, people just like hang out and talk to each other in Discord, is so heartwarming for me, because that And confusing too, because I didn't expect it would happen, but like the fact that it did is interesting in itself, but also just nice. It helps me think about the world, I guess. Unfortunately, my ass is dependent on gifts. Well, hopefully, because here's the like I talked about it a bit earlier today in today's stream. Well, a bit earlier, as in like literally 2 conversations ago. But I want to make it so that if I graduate, like nobody's too sad about it. You know, it's like when I eventually graduate, I want to graduate with no regrets. I want like everything to be done the way it should have been done, and the sweet spot is like right before people start getting tired of me, right before they're like, yeah, this guy's been here for a while. I don't really know why he's been here for so goddamn long, and you know, maybe like before all the Charis Euphranor really fell off messages hit me in the soul. I want to get like go out on my terms. Maybe that's the way. But I want it to be something like celebrated and looked forward to as well, just as like my death in general. When I think about me dying, I want to like people should be sad for like a day, and then they should be really happy because there should be like so many things worth celebrating. And it'd be cool that I could be like a vehicle for celebration instead of like tragedy and grief and whatnot, right? Wouldn't that be interesting? Wouldn't that help the world heal? Wouldn't that help the world heal a little bit more? Wouldn't it? You saying that makes me feel bad for suggesting you join us for one of those, but I mean, I think it would be cool. No, don't feel bad. It's like, yeah, like maybe I'll join if you guys do, but I'm not gonna make any promises. I'm not making any promises for hanging out in the Discord with you guys, but like, I just think it's interesting. And I think it's pretty cool that this has happened, and has evolved beyond my control. Because this is beyond my control. This is not. I have no goddamn clue what you guys are doing anymore, and I like it that way. I like that I'm no longer involved whatsoever in the creation and management of the Discord, or like just things around me, and socials and all that. Because that's when it's best. It's when you like let it go, and then it releases into the ether. It becomes like it integrates itself into the part of the world, like your influence or your impact, or like whatever you quote unquote you did, right? But it's not really you anymore. It's like us. It's like we now, like a collective community. Not just this community, but like I mean, like the community of humanity as a whole. Feel good. Was the Dia de los Muertos? Yeah, that'd be cool. That's what I want when I die, yeah. Maybe one day of sadness. You're allowed like one day of being sad, and then you should be happy. You'd like celebrate the dead. To give one of the mods admin rights. No. I'll do that. I'll give Art Team, if Art Team ever decides to join the Discord, I don't think she will. I don't think she's bothered, which is fair enough. But if Art Team ever decides to join the Discord, I will give Art Team mod rights or like admin rights, and then when I die, she can figure out what to do with it. That's what'll happen. Single circumstances can only happen when someone dies after living a full life. Like if it's untimely, it's hard to think of. It is, but that's also kind of why like I endeavor to live that full life. And you know, some things are out of your control. It is what it is. But what is in my control, I want to do my best to steer into a direction. No regrets. Get everything done. One condition I'll be happy is to graduate is that you do the ASMR early and quit because you get a better job, like the next. That would be a worse job, I think. I don't know if I want to be the next pope. That sounds like a lot of politics. I don't want to deal with that. I do not want to deal with that. Sell it for $1,000. Yeah, okay. You maybe like now that you guys have put me into a different perspective, maybe I wouldn't sell my channel for like $1,000. You graduate, can you give a graduation speech and address your mods regulars individually by name? I can promise the first part. And that's all I can. You guys keep like hype. It's like my fault as well. I think because I'm responding to it as well. I'm not ignoring it. I should be honestly, I should ignore you guys more. I should ignore you guys more than I am. Like every time you like bring up the ASMR stream, there's like a new, like the bar of expectation is raised up, it's raised higher just like a little bit, and that is annoying because I don't know if I'll be able to live up to that expectation. And that rolls around and I finally have to do it. Sell stocks of the channel? No, I'm not selling stocks of it. Certainly not. I don't want it to go to shareholders, please. Who's getting Parrot? Parrot is going to be brought out to the back of the barn and sent to where all the other parrots go. Okay? That's where he's going. Morning, Charis Euphranor, if he's the first, after he's the first guy in the 100 versus girl. I would not, you have me mistaken. I would not be the first guy. Why would I be the first? Do I strike you as that suicidal? Like, that I would be the first person on the gorilla? Fuck that. If in the average 100 people, I would probably be like 70. I don't think I'd be the last, but I would probably be 70 because like, and here's what would have to happen for me to move on the gorilla, is like, I gotta see like an opening and go like, okay, shit, maybe I've got a chance of like doing some serious damage and being able to blindside it. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna run up, I'm gonna fucking charge the gorilla, I'm gonna jump, I'm gonna try to get it, and then the gorilla isn't even looking at me, is just trying to get another dude off of it. He like the gorilla just like slams its arms around, does like a little circle, hits me in the face, I'm out cold or dead. I am out cold and or dead, and I have at least a fractured skull. So no, I wouldn't be the first guy in the 100 guys versus the gorilla. I would not be. Okay, that's it. I gotta go. Now. I'll see everyone soon? Tomorrow? Maybe I'll stream tomorrow. Might stream Volcano Princess. Might do that. Might stream something else. Might stream more Terra Nil. Did people like Terra Nil? Did everyone like Terra Nil? I feel like everyone was kind of neutral towards Terra Nil. Like, it was okay, but it wasn't like particularly fantastic, which is what I wanted it to be, I guess. Now that I've gotten a hang of the game as well, I won't be like stuck reading the instructions. That'll be good too. Oh, Terra Nil. Okay. Keeping it in mind. But yeah, thank you for joining me, everyone. Sorry that I haven't streamed in a week. I know it's been a little long, but you guys also like just hang out with yourselves now, so that's cool. I don't have to be here anymore, honestly. But in the future, I don't think there will be that long of a gap between. If there is, there will be plenty of warning beforehand. Let you know about stuff that's going on. Yeah. I'm also gonna try different and newer things in the near future in a desperate attempt to get my subscriber count up. So you're gonna have to bear with me if I release every doctor ratio reference explained by a philosophy major, which is something I'm working on right now. Like, when I eventually get that done, like, you're gonna have to forgive me for asking for like and subscribe engagements, okay? I might do that, I might not, actually. I don't know. I don't think I would do that. We have to do that if, like, you'll have to bear with me and my Honkai Star Rail obsessive ranting over, like, my Fudan awakening, essentially. Who's got the most views since Class 09 stream? If you talk about concurrent, I think I had the same amount of concurrents for the Confessions stream as well. But I don't remember a game having this many concurrents in quite a while. So you're right on that. Maybe we'll stream more Terra Nil tomorrow. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. I've streamed for 6.5 hours. It's fucking... I shouldn't do... Should not be doing. But yeah, I hope it wasn't too boring. Deep Terra Nil. Return soon with more things. If anyone has any suggestions what they want to see from me, you can, you know, yell at me. You can like at me on Discord if you want. I will look upon it with contempt whenever you at me, but you know, I'll look at it. You can tweet me. You can send a message on live chat. You can also send me an email. You could do that. Dear Charis Euphranor, please play Disco Elysium. I really want to watch you play it and watch you make the choices. I think it'd be really cool if you talked about Disco Elysium. Yours sincerely, Viewer985. You know, like, you could do that too. You could do that. It's been known to happen. It's been known to happen. Honestly, don't do that. You know that, like, okay, here's the thing, is like, you're gonna ruin it for everyone if you do that, because if you do that, I'm gonna mute it and now no one gets to add me. Or if you do add me, I'm not gonna see it. So, you know, bear in mind your actions have consequences. Alright, goodbye.